I have your attention, please. The show starts in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Hello, everybody. I'm your host, Eric Bird, here at StopStrugglingNow.com. And tonight, we have to talk about it, ladies and gentlemen. What is going on in the world? We're talking about housing costs. Do you know what they are? Everybody's out here wondering, should I buy a house? Should I buy stocks? Should I buy real estate? Should I do whatever I need to do to make extra income? The answer is yes. But the hidden cost of home ownership is the key, because you have a lot of people out here broke. 70 to 78% of the population is broke, and it's climbing. It's closer to 78% of the United States population has zero. It's almost finny. So now you're going to have to F average. You're going to have to be legendary. And where are you tonight? Hopefully you're here at the SSN Nation live stream, Money Making Monday live stream. And welcome. Stop Struggling Now gear. Check. And please like, subscribe, and click the bell below so you get the latest updates. Now, let's get to All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I want to thank you so much for being here. Yes, I know, no notifications whatsoever for the Money Making Monday live stream, but once you come along for the ride, make sure you share the videos. Hit the like button so the YouTube gods know that we have a few people in the house. No matter where you are, make sure you smash that like button. Even if you're post-retirement travel on Instagram, hit that follow button. Whoever you are, make sure you hit the hearts, the likes, the follow buttons, the podcast downloads. No matter how you slice it, we need all the love we can get, because the information that you receive is not ordinary. It's extraordinary occasionally. Not all the time, but we do have information that can help you out in the long run, because we want you to be successful. We want you to join the rising tide that lifts all boats. But the economy, everything is going to be in disarray. Governments around the world, what are they doing? They're saying, hey, you know what? If you do this, we're going to do that. That's what's happening already. Governments are bracing for what's going to happen in the next 3 weeks. They are saying, if you do this, we're going to do that, and it's not looking good. That means we are going to be in competition. That means we're going to have conflict with our own damn allies. Damn, this is going to get crazy. And the markets will react accordingly, because whenever there's going to be disarray with the lines, your lines of credit, the lines of transport, the Panama Canal, can that really go in disarray? Yes. The lines of supplies in the EU zone, into the Middle East, in on the other side, Chinese, Taiwan, and with our own damn allies. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be very, very interesting. Where can you put your money? Well, you can be like Warren Buffett and the rest of the top dogs with all the money. You can just go to the duffel bag of cash theory, sit on the sidelines, find out what happens. Or you can always say, you know what, I'll do it the SSN Nation way. I'll keep investing regardless. Why? Because the stock market always comes back and goes up regardless of what happens. Well, It always happens until it doesn't. So far, United States have stayed ahead of the game because they can always produce money out of thin air. Thus, why you would have things such as bonds, treasury bonds. Why would they increase in value? And by the way, if treasury bonds increase, so does the mortgage rates increase. Why you would do that is because you need money from the rest of the world to be invested in the United States. And that hurts United States citizens when the treasury bonds are higher as well. And so, therefore, your mortgage rates are going to stay, can you believe this, in the 6th percentile range? And that means less people can afford to own a home. You guys want to talk about it, but first we got to talk about our own Professor Auntie Val and family. You know what I mean. If you guys are out here in this chill zone that I'm in right now, it's crazy. I'm finding all the coffee and tea I can find in the house. And oh, by the way, the wife says, "Hey, don't forget to get some of that coffee." I said, "Hold on a second. You damn, we out. We have to get some on the way back or something. What's happening?" Okay, all right, no problem. So that means we have to make an order. And if we order some beachfront Java, if this is going to be your first time, then you need to use that promo code SSN Lifestyle, all caps, because then you get a discount for life. So when we order, we get a discount, ladies and gentlemen, and it's that time. And so therefore, you need to get an order after your first order. It's premium coffee, premium teas, and the fresh bag. Ziploc bags, by the way. It comes in half-pound up to 5-pound bags of premium coffee from around the world. You guys know where you get great coffee from. At least I hope. If you drink coffee, you better. South America, Central America, Africa, Indonesia. Sound familiar? That's where she gets her premium blended beans as well. And again, you want fine ground for that espresso? Come join the party. If you want that drip ground, so be it. If you want whole beans that you can crush up, great. Do you want something better? Because you like it all packaged up nice and neat like a little Keurig? She and her family has that as well. So go over to beachfrontjava.com, use our promo code SSN Lifestyle. Make sure you get a discount for life after your first order. Free shipping in the United States. So go on down. And don't forget to leave a review after your first order on her website. And if you have already ordered, make sure you leave a review. Let people know how good it is or what you think. All right? Give your honest opinion. That helps out greatly. Because then a business owner, if you don't think something is great, then they should know. If you think something is great, then they should know. That's how it is. You get feedback from the customer, and then you can adjust your business to be better, not worse. So that's what we're talking about here, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you're in the comment section if you can be. Now, here's the interesting thing. I couldn't find the live stream in YouTube. You know how they do us. It's all like MIA. So we couldn't add anything, couldn't add any playlists, couldn't add anything at all. So I just want to thank everybody for being here, and we're going to still get down to business regardless of what happens. So far, we have a nice little live stream going. If you have any comments to make them down below in the description box. Let me know what you thought about. What did you guys think about the intro? I almost got it right this time. In fact, it was 95% correct. Let me know what you guys thought about the 10-minute intro. I'm going to probably have to figure out a way to add music to it all the way instead of it just be silent with the countdown. But I thought that was a little unique. EV Mux seems to be working perfectly fine right now. We haven't been shut down, shut off. So that's a good thing. We're streaming to several locations. So no matter where you're at, make sure you hit the like, the hearts, the love, the whatever buttons you need to click on to make sure they know you're in the house. And if you have anything else that you want to discuss, let's discuss. But what I want to discuss is we got to get to this business at hand, because I keep hearing people talking about, I got to buy a house. I got to buy a house. And I'm sitting here like, this is crazy when you start thinking about how much it costs. And this is what I keep telling everybody. If you don't own a home, you don't really know how much it costs, because most of the time just tell you about, hey, you can afford this at this price. So in other words, $500,000. Well, I'll use that number because that's going to be the average cost if things keep going the way it is. It's a little under that. It's in like 440, 430s. But you still have to make like $150,000 a year household income to buy a $500,000 house. Whether that's two people or one, that's how much you still have to make, and you can't have debt. If you have debt, then it's gonna rise more than that. All right, so you guys understand. So look at this right here. This is what I tell everybody that they don't get. They sit there and they say, "Oh, you can have this loan for 35% of your income," and so you're going, "Okay, I make $150,000, 35%. I buy a $500,000 house. My payments are $3,000 per month or $3,300 or whatever. It's in the threes. And that's just your mortgage payment. That's not your insurance payment. That's not anything else. It's not your HOA if you have one. It's not anything. That's all your insurance payment, HOA. That could be enough. But I had to bring it to you because I've been talking about it for years. The cost of you owning a home, because people don't include the interest that they're paying. They act like none of that exists. Like your mortgage is $3,000 per month, and you don't realize that the first like 5 years, you're out of that 2,500, 2,300 of it is going towards interest. That you don't realize it, right? And you just dismiss it like 360 times 3,000. And when you do 360 times 3,000, you guys understand 300 times 3,000, 360 times 3,000. I'm not going to put a calculator on the screen, but this just gives you an idea right here. That's $1 million. That's $1,080,000 if you just paid $3,000. What people forget is, in 30 years, the house will be worth more than $1 million. It could be worth 1.4, 1.5. But then you forget you're paying maybe 2,500. I mean, yeah, I'll be nice. I'll say you're paying $2,500 times 30 years, but we all know insurance goes up, right? We know that. But who pays $2,500 now for insurance for their homes or condos? You're lucky if you have that type of rate. Most people are paying higher than that. But if it's just $2,000 a month, that's 24,000 a year times 30 years. Do you know what that number is? 24,000. I'll do it. Times 30 years. If you own a home 30 years, that's $720,000. So now you paid $1.7 million. Then you forgot about your property taxes. Some of you have property taxes. Most places, property taxes are 1.3 to over 2%. So if we just use 1.5 as an average, even on a $500,000 home times 1.5, that's $7,500 a year, right? So now you go 7,500 times 30 years. You want to know what that is? See, this is the thing that people forget. They're sitting there going, well, I don't want to pay somebody else's mortgage. I'm like, well, the odds of you having a job for 30 years straight without any hiccups financially is pretty slim. But, and if that happens, you lose everything anyhow. Because if they put it in foreclosure and then sell it off, then you lost everything, right? So 7,500 times 30 years, and it goes up because your value of your home goes up, but I won't even use that. That's $225,000. So you're going to pay $2 million in 30 years minimum. It's actually going to be more than that because each year your home value increases, then your insurance goes up, and also your property taxes go up as well. So, like I'm saying, you have all kind of costs that you don't even think about. And what they're doing here in the CNBC is a disgrace. That's all I can tell you. It's a straight up disgrace. And the reason why I call it a disgrace is is because they're using numbers that only go for a certain person. That's why I call it a disgrace. Because look, they're calling it 18,000 a year. I just showed you how it's more than that. But here you go. Hidden costs of ownership add up to an average of $18,118 annually or $1,500 a month, according to new report by Bankrate. Now, again, we don't know what they are using. Are they using a $300,000 house? Are they using a $250,000 house? A $350,000 house? Because I can tell you right now, in California, where it's about 1.6, it's I think it's 1.6. Or it could be by counties. The county I used to live in, my taxes were $12,000 a year. All right? So that wasn't insurance, that was taxes. HOA was more money. At the time, it was 70. It was reasonable, $70 per month. That's one of the reasons I lived there, because with $70 a month, they actually did your front yard. You had to do your backyard, but $70 a month and all my bushes out front is great. Fine, who cares? And everything else, security and everything else, that was beautiful. No, it's $250 now for your HOAs. All right, in 7 or 6 short years. So that's how fast it went up. 3 times the amount, 300% increase. All right. Now, that $12,000 a year is no longer $12,000 a year because the home value is over $1 million. So now everybody's paying $16,000 a year in 6 short years by the assessor's office. That's what the assessor's office has raised it up to that. So now they're paying $16,000 a year or more, because some people's homes, well, that are a little bit bigger, that was like almost 5,000 square feet. Well, I don't know what they're going to pay, but it's going to be more because their house is worth $400,000 or $500,000 more. So they're in the over the 1.5 to 2 mil category at this point now. So what do they have to pay? Almost damn near 20. What is that? 20 G's or something? It's crazy, right? And here goes the hidden cost average of 18, and I'm sitting there going, man, what house is this? Where are you paying $1,510 a month for your property taxes and everything else, your maintenance and upkeep and all this stuff and insurance? Where's this place at? This is crazy. Here it is right here. The price tag of such hidden costs within a typical single-family home in the U.S. is roughly 26% higher compared with 4 years ago. See, what did I tell you about 6 years ago? Didn't I tell you it was 3 times the number? But they're talking about just 4 years ago, it went up 26%. In 2020, the same expenses amounted to $14,000 or $1,202. So that's significant, but it also depends on what city, state, county you live in. The national median mortgage payment in April was $2,256, up $144. So again, this is rising. That means you have to make 3 times. That means you have to make over $70,000 a year with no credit. This is June of 2024 when this came out. All right. Older homes can require more repairs. Well, guess what, ladies and gentlemen? If you just are new here, we don't F around and find out later. We F around now and find out how much things cost. So that's why I have videos that talk about how long your materials should last. So when your builder comes in and brings in some cement, you don't know the cement mix, if it's conducive to your location with the weather. You don't know what they're putting in their blocks, if you have block homes, what type of cement it is. You don't know what type of paint's being used. You don't know anything. You don't pay attention. All you're doing is walking inside, looking around, get your curb appeal, and you're like, oh, this house is so beautiful on the outside. And then you go in and you go, oh, it's so beautiful on the inside. And then you don't realize the house is already 25 years old. Knowing, because you're here in the SSR Nation, and there's videos that are available to you of when you buy a house and checking on materials, you know now, you go, wait a minute. This has a basement in it. It's buried below ground. The cement that you can put on there, or the cover you can put on there, only lasts like 10 years to have to block the water. So therefore, Does the basement leak? More than likely, it will soon if it hasn't already. Then you start thinking, wait a minute, this house is 25 years old, but it looks brand new. Yeah, because the house was built in 2000. Okay, great. Looks nice and modern type of home. Then you realize, wait, did you change the roof anytime in the last 25 years? You're like, wait a minute, isn't your roof and shingles 30 years usually? 20 to 30? Well, then that means somebody's going to have to change the roof here in about 5, 6, 7 years or less. Then you start thinking, wait a minute, what about this deck out here? What's it made of? Is it redwood or wood that I have to redo every so often, reseal and do all this? Or is it falling apart underneath? We got to go check downstairs underneath and check the post and the wood to make sure, this thing ain't going to fall down in the next 2 years, because that's some more money. All these things add up. When was the AC changed? Because they only last 10 to 15 years anyhow. And the guy says, well, we've been lucky. We never had to change it. Well, now you're probably going to have to change it. It's going to go out. All these things that people don't think about. I need the receipts from your annual AC and furnace unit. You did do one, right? No, we don't do those. We had a problem like 8 years ago, and the guy came out and fixed something, but we don't do annual checkups, and we don't spend that $100, $125 annually. I'm like, hold on a second. Now I got to bring the inspector in to go check the burners. I got to have them go up in the attic. In some cases, people put stuff in the attic. Now I find out in another part of the country, they put stuff underneath the house. I'm like, what the hell's going on around here? But nonetheless, you have to service it. But some people neglect it, just like a vehicle, people neglect it. So the hidden cost of owning a home is pretty serious. But nobody takes it serious. You guys should. So when you're out here wishing that you want to buy a home, you better be able to withstand the heat, because you don't get any reprieve when you call up and they say, hey, you got laid off because you had a nice job. And then all of a sudden that layoff ends up being 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, 4 months. And you get to the 35 or 35 or 40% debt to income ratio loan. And after you add on this extra almost $2,000 per month in fees, your debt to income ratio is shrunk. Or shall I say increased. So now instead of it being 35 to 40, you're up there with 60%. And now what? You still want to be the fancy car guy, right? You still want to have the fancy clothes. You still want to go on vacations. You still want to use your credit card until it maxes out. But this right here is very important. Older homes can require more repairs. It's that simple. And these homes they are building now, they are not being built to last. They're being built so you can move in, have your little issues that you're going to have to call up the builder if you get something that's relatively new, saying, hey, come out here and fix this, come out here and fix that. That's what we're dealing with now, like a third world country BS. All right? Here we go right here. A home around that age. Look at this. Look at this. Hold on. This is very interesting. The survey found that the median age of owner-occupied homes in the U.S. is about 40 years old. So when all the youngsters are out here, I'm 25, I'm 30, I'm 35, and my friends, they got a house. The average age, median age of an owner-occupied home is 40 years old. It's not 25. It's not 30. It's 40 now. That's insane. Insane. It used to be much, much younger, ladies and gentlemen. I'll get to that in a second. All right? A home around that age may need system upgrades. So think about a new HVAC. Oh, no. And air conditioning and windows and doors. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to tell you right now, vinyl windows came out when people started to replace those stupid aluminums or woods where it does not block, it doesn't seal as same as the vinyls. Man, people were losing so much in electricity and heating. It's outrageous. As soon as you put those in, and the dual panes, and with the tinted glass, so it blocks out certain UV rays and keeps your house warm in the winter when the sun comes through, and all this, and cool in the summertime. That's the reason why you pay for custom or more expensive homes so you get the better built equipment. That was the theory, but now you got to check on these guys, right? You want to pay $1 million for a house, but you want to buy $1 million house that's built like it's a $250,000 house? Hell no. This is the type of things you need to understand. So when this article is talking about what you can see here, you may need system upgrades. That's what I was referring to, because they know if the house is already aged 20 years, 15 to 20 years, they know just what I was telling you. This is not rocket science. All the homes are the same. All the materials are the same. You can't just go, oh, it's mine's going to last longer just for the hell of it. It doesn't work like that. It's not. You're not going to be that fortunate, so don't think you are. All right? So let me see where I got sidetracked. Right here, the system upgrades. A roof lasts about 30 years. See what I'm saying? See, at least they're not lying. Your warranties or anything for a normal roof is 20 to 30 years. The only way you get like 50 years is if you go with the asphalt, cement, tiles, or the tiles on the roof, or your little water barriers, and then the next barrier you put on the asphalt. So that's about the only way you can get past 30. So again, it depends on where you live, because if you live in a hurricane zone, you're not going to want to put tiles up because winds can get over 120 miles per hour. Tiles might be flying. Now you're going to have to go find some tiles that match your roof because you didn't decide to check with the builder or the owner who you bought the house from. Hey, man, you got some extra tiles in here? You know what's the best thing? Is when the owner actually has in his garage, hey man, I got like 50, 60 extra tiles sitting in here. You know, the paint in this room and that room and that room, it's a buckets of it right here, just in case anything happens. That's the best thing that would ever happen. And sometimes you would not believe it, but when you buy a custom or a high-end home, the owners actually have these items. So that saves you without having to go try to match up something if you didn't want to change the paint altogether. All these things come into play, all right, that you guys don't think about. I think about. And one of my pet peeves I think about heavily is I make sure that there's a drainage going around my foundation. What do I mean? It's 2 or 3 inches. I need a 2 or 3 inch like little trough, and it actually is covered so no leaves and anything like that can get in there. And then the water goes out into the sewer system. It's designed that way. It's not like, it's not like you just did it. It's designed when they built the house. It was designed that way. So now my foundation doesn't have an inundation of water going through. When the water goes in through the soil, then it goes in and hits your bottom of your, whether it's bricks or wood or whatever's underneath, foundation cement. That way you get water that comes along the side and goes out. That's one of my pet peeves. I always check for that when I buy a house. If the house doesn't have that, I walk out. I walk off. I don't need to see inside, because that is a factor. All right. With homes moving, settling, doing all kind of crazy stuff. When water gets underneath, it kind of dissolves clay, sand, and whoever knows what else. Right. And so therefore your house could start, it moves a little. Let's just put it that way. It could only be 1/4 of an inch, but that movement still matters. Homes aren't meant to move. Let's just call it what it is. All right. So those are the little tricks that I try to get you guys to understand. First time timers, repairs are part of the learning process. Oh my God. Yeah. First time home buyers especially don't realize the true cost of maintenance and repairs because such expenses are part of the learning process. Becoming an owner. Oh my God. We don't want you on the job training, ladies and gentlemen. We want you to know before you buy the damn thing. We don't want this as a motto. See, this is what happens sometimes when, I don't know who Ostrowski is, but this is what happens when you have people that sell homes. They start doing this BS, part of the learning process. What the hell does that mean? No, the learning process is what we're saying right now here in the SSN Nation that you need to be aware of. That's the learning process. Why are you going to give out extra $50,000 to $100,000 because it's a learning process? Come on now, stop this. A mistake, however, spending your entire reserve of savings for the down payment and ending up house poor. Okay, I like what he's saying here, whoever this Ostrowski guy is. Then you move in, you don't really have any money left for repairs and maintenance. He's already got it. At least I like this part. He's saying there will be left for repairs and maintenance. This is what I've been saying. So you wind up running up credit card debt and taking out some kind of higher interest debt to pay for it. Exactly. And this is why in 2023, 46% of homeowners use cash from savings to cover home improvement projects. About 20% use credit cards, 7% refinance existing loan. And when you start adding millions of dollars, don't waive a home inspection. Oh my God, who would do that? Ladies and gentlemen, come on now. Come on now. This would be pretty wild. Who would waive a home inspection? Please let me know. Who's going to waive a home inspection? You guys, anybody? Come on. This is crazy. And oh, by the way, speaking of home inspections, we have something going on here at the SSN Lifestyle Punta Cana Investors Forum. That's right, the Punta Cana Investors Forum. It's May 13th, 14th, and 15th. This pre-construction real estate is the focus. But it's not just the real estate you have to focus on. Just like with anything, you have to understand you need lawyers. You need some people to guide you on what you need to do, like check over contracts. You need people to help you maybe decipher if this is a good builder, developer, things of that nature. That's why we go see lawyers the first day. May 13th, that's the first day. You go to ssnlifestyle.com to register, stopstrugglingnow.com to register. Either one of those you can register. And it's only $199 for the first 5 people. Once it goes past 5 people, it goes up to $250. And then if it goes past another 2 after that, then it goes up to $299.99, $300. So get in early. You only have 5 months to go. Get your tickets, decide on your tickets, because there's specials going on right now, because not that many people are traveling after the holidays. So there's always specials to get to the Dominican Republic. This is Punta Cana Investors Forum, May 13th, 14th, and 15th. May 14th, we're going to be going to see some projects. I do know we'll be going to Vista Cana for sure. All right. Now, this time, though, we're probably going to go out to Macau, Hard Rock, Macau area, because we're going to go check out some high-end stuff, because SSN Lifestyle brand is going high-end, because there's 2 things going on. There's always low, middle, high. And some people may decide that they want to buy into an upscale neighborhood, which I do recommend myself. I do not recommend buying into just an ordinary area. You want to buy in an area that has even security gates matter. Nice manicured lawns, homes that are like 20 feet apart at least. That type of environment where there's space, there's security, and upscale. But I don't really want to call it upscale, but on a higher end. All right. Ordinary citizens, track house, that every 3rd or 5th house is the same house, just a different color, or maybe they have a loft and the other ones just put bedrooms, but it's basically the same floor plan. Nothing wrong with that either. But generally, home values do not increase rapidly in that type of environment if home value matters to you. Now, this is why people pay more for homes also, because the higher the home, the higher the appreciation. So what do I mean by this? That they don't ever talk about is, if I buy a house for $440,000 and the house goes up 20%, all right, that's 80 grand more. So it's worth for. If I buy a house for $900,000, it goes up 20%, that's $180,000. Huge difference, same percentage. But that difference is the difference between you being able to say, hey, I think I want to start or invest in a business for 25, 30 grand. And now you can tap into your home equity line of credit and deal with that scenario. Or my kids are going to college, which comes up. And instead of me having them get a loan through school, I'll just go get a loan here because it's at a lower rate. That kind of thing. You have options is what I'm trying to say. 80 grand is a lot, yes. But after 2, 3, 4, 5 years and inflation kicks in, even more than it is now, 80 grand won't go too far. But 180 grand, that is the difference. All right. You can say I can take 50, 60 and still have equity left and not have to drain it to the max and increase your note that heavily. So these are the type of things that people also forget about. But it's all right. We don't forget about it here. We try to share everything with you so you understand what the problem is out here because, again, this is very, very serious. And I had to talk about it tonight because it's money making. And by the way, since it's money making Monday live stream, how can we forget? Yield Max ETF payout today? I don't know. It might have. We will see. All right. Let's go. We'll end the rest. Don't waive home inspection. That's correct. If some realtor ever says waive it, whatever, in the past few years, many home buyers on the market waived home inspections. Competition among other buyers was high. In many cases, people who are already homeowners could make cash offers and more likely to waive a home inspection. I'm not waiving home inspections, ladies and gentlemen. I don't really care. I'm not buying the house. If somebody wants to outbid me for the house, so be it. That just means to me, just fine. I'll find another house that I like. All right. Most people don't even live in their house for 30 years these days. Most move like every 7 to 11 years. So there's like, most people move in 4 times in their lifetime. All right. Just so you know, in today's era, this isn't 1950s, 60s, and 70s and 80s. Don't waive a home inspection is correct. That is just insanity. I don't care if somebody's trying to outbid me or not. I'm like home inspection needed. And if they say no, we have other people who are going to buy sight unseen and all that BS. Have at it, because unless you got all the records that shows everything that you've been doing for the last whatever 10, 15 years, and it shows there's been things that's been replaced and there's been a consistent service and maintenance upkeep of the home, then okay, I could consider. But if you don't have that, then you can forget that. That ain't gonna happen. All right. On average, there are 3 offers for every home that's listed for sale, Lutz said. 19% of buyers, wow, waived the home inspection. Can you believe that? Down from 22% 1 month prior and 21% a year earlier. 20% of people waive home inspection. Millions of homes are sold every year. That means few 100,000 people are out here waiving home inspection when homes are 15 to 20 years old. That's insane. That's insane. But waiving the inspection is risky and not something to do lightly. And inspection is an important safeguard that can help you go into the purchase, understanding some of the maintenance tasks and repairs that may be on the horizon, aka how much less the house should cost me. If I know I'm going to have to repair something, it's going to cost me 20 G's. Do you think I should be paying full price for the house? Seriously. But there's going to be some other people that says, hell yeah, I think I'm good. All right. That definitely raises the risk of somebody moving into a house and not realizing that air conditioning was about to go, or water heater was on its last leg, or the roof needs to be replaced. Thank you very much, Ostrowski. Now you're talking my language, because that's the crux of the problem. Air conditioning goes 1 year, water heater goes the next year, roof needs replacing the next year. All those things combined are over $100,000, ladies and gentlemen. That's right. You're not getting out of it. So, let me know what you guys are thinking out here. Hopefully, we are live. Hopefully, we're on the live streams. I don't know if we are or not. Oh, we are. Home improvement. How do it? No, we're not. Hold on a second. Could I just be recording right now? This would be awesome if I was. We'll see if I'm on the live stream. I don't even know. But we just crossed the 15,500. I love it. 15,500 subscriber mark. Oh my, smash the like button in celebration, ladies and gentlemen. And also, I want to give a shout out to Mr. Dividend. I want to thank you for always sending me the messages, news messages. That is awesome. I also want to thank Mr. Dividend for giving me Cash App. That's right. Stop struggling now. That's what we have for donations. Cash App, because we are demonetized. We're not monetized any longer. You guys know what I did wrong. Man, I shouldn't have been sharing videos of corporate of real estate projects and other little motivational videos that were on places like Instagram, Facebook, other social media platforms. And apparently that's grounds for becoming demonetized, because those little shorts I made or anything else, apparently they say that I can't do certain things, so that's how it's going to be right now. So anyhow, we will see what we can do. I got a call that's kind of important, so we will see what we can do here. Um, yeah, that's going to be very, very interesting. But the guy's called, unfortunately. Hold on a second, guys. Here's what I'm going to actually do. I'll just do the little promo that we always have on tap, and we'll come back in just a second.
Come on, come on.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're back. That was a nice little article, I believe. Let me know what you guys think because, we have a few people watching. And make sure you make comments wherever you are. That would be greatly appreciated. We're all over. We're at Instagram. We are on Twitch. We are on Facebook. We're in several locations. So make sure you smash that like button and on the Instagram as well. So here we are. So if you don't know the risk by now, you should know the risk of home ownership. This is what we've been saying here is that you need to know that what you're wishing for may be a nightmare. And this is why you have a lot of people who are actually moving into smaller spaces. You have a lot of people that are also moving into with family and friends and downsizing because the cost is just astronomical and it's going to continue to rise. There's nothing anybody can do about it. And here's Fubu stock skyrockets 250% after streamer strikes a deal to combine with Disney's Hulu plus live TV. That's very interesting. Shares of Tencent falls. UFC White joins Meta board like stock futures, little changed. And once again, we got situations. Okay, hold on a second. All right. Had to just do that real quick because it has to do with Airbnb stuff that we're doing. You guys know we do the damn thing all the time, and it's starting to kick up a little bit for some of the events that's happening, like CES, like the Sundance Film Festival, the Waste Management Open in Scottsdale, Arizona. These are high profile things, and people want to go, and they don't really want to be paying $800, $900 per night or $1,300 per night to stay at Marriott. Oh my God, is that crazy? Can you believe for 7 nights somebody would have to pay like damn near $10,000? That's insane. And of course, they're trying to hit me up because we're not going to pay that much. We're going to find somebody that has some other things, right? So that's the thing right there. So, anyhow, uh, let's get back to the situation at hand. Now, I was getting on SSN Lifestyle Punta Cana Investors Forum. Make sure you go over there and check things out. That would be greatly appreciated. And also, make sure you smash the like buttons, the follow buttons, the heart buttons, and everything. And once again, I did mention our Cash App is Stop Struggling Now. It's that simple because we do not get memberships anymore. We're demonetized. And again, it's something everybody does, but apparently they picked out a few thousands of YouTubers and said, okay, we're going to demonetize you. I mean, there's one guy that had 500,000 subscribers. They demonetized him. And all we know is like his was reuse. They call it reuse. It's not copyright. They're calling it reuse violation. So now that could be anything. So what again, from what I know is they said on the reuse, one of the things was you can't use video from another platform that you didn't alter a little bit. So in other words, I would just download it and I might add, like a little blurb saying like real estate stuff, Vistacana starting from 99K, that type of thing. And then others, I wouldn't put anything because it's nothing more than a promotional video that all realtors have. And it's on YouTube from other realtors who just allowed it to be on there, right? As a video, not as a short that only lasts 1 minute, but as a video that's on YouTube for a minute too. And so all of us have the same video, but nobody did any alterations. So now they're calling that reuse, so that allows them to demonetize. Go figure. All right, so now I have to go look through, 1,000 videos. They say they'll check and see if I'll be fine in February to be monetized again, but we'll see. Does it really matter? T minus 1 year and 9 months. Or something like that I'm going to be on these platforms again anymore. Because I'm tired of these funky ass stuff happening. And quite frankly, it's BS. All right? That's all I'm going to say right now. All right. Now, let's get back to the business at hand, shall we? Because this isn't all we're going to talk about. That's not all we're going to talk about, because some of you out here are thinking this home thing is the way to go. All right. I'm not against it. All I'm saying is you have to understand what you're going to have to deal with. That's what I want you to understand. All right. So a lot of people think, oh, you know what, Eric, I make like 200,000. Our household income is $200,000. I'll be fine. Look at this right here. Can you guys believe? Do you see this? The debt to income ratio was the most common reason for a denied mortgage application at 40%. 40%. Do not do this. If a lender comes to you and says, I'll approve a 33% or higher debt to income ratio, just walk away. You should not buy a home. I'm just saying right now, there's numbers out there that says if you're at around 28%, 29%, the odds of you defaulting are dramatically decreased. As soon as you go over about 33% on up, it starts rapidly increasing the default numbers. Just that little bit. So do not go up to 40%. Do not even go past 30%, quite frankly. Just buy a cheaper home. Don't do it. All right? A home is a liability. It is not an asset. The reason why people like it as an asset is because a home house has to go up. Before the 1980s, before the first tax cut, tax break BS started happening, homes only went up on average anywhere from 1% to 3% annually. So that stayed within the inflation rate. This thing about a home going up 10% or 15 or 20% in value, this is a phenomena over the last 50 years because of tax cut, tax breaks, and giving people loans beyond their debt to income ratio levels. Now up to 40% is absurd, 35% is absurd. That wasn't even a thing. So you couldn't have gotten in trouble as easily. Now you can get in trouble because now you have refinance loans on the backside of that. So if a house does go up 20, 30, 40% in a 1.5 year, 2 year time frame, people are tapping into that because they're already almost maximized. Their debt to income ratio is off in the first place. So they're trying to replace it via another loan, which now means you owe more money. It's a bad cycle. Mortgage lenders and institutions look at debt to income ratio to see if you may struggle. Of course, they know the numbers. This isn't even rocket science. That's what I'm telling you. If a person comes in and I know you have 28% debt to income ratio or less, I'm like, we know he's good. I mean, this is not rocket science. But if I see you're like at 33, I'd just be like, hey man, don't you might have to you got to get rid of some of that debt you have, right? You got to lower it, and that's why a lot of people, the mortgage company says you got to pay off that credit card or you got to pay down this car or something because your debt to income's out of whack. All right. It's number one way lenders measure your ability to manage the monthly loan payments per the consumer financial rate. Here we go. Unverifiable income 12%, credit score 23%, and not enough money reserves 12%. This is not good. But here's what's interesting. 26% of home buyers paid all cash, a new high. Now, the Dave Ramsey plan, if you can afford 400, if you have $440,000, which again, that's the average of homes, if you have that and you want to pay that, that's fine. Nothing wrong with that. But I recommend some other alternative because why would you give 440,000 for a house that's a liability? Well, some people are going to go, Eric, I just spent 440, it's free and clear. And then I say, okay, well, you're going to pay, okay, $12,000 a year or $15,000 a year with your taxes and your insurance and HOA, if there's all three of those. And so, okay, that's great. But the problem with all of that is that 300,000, 320, 350,000, you could have actually kept it and have that used to get you more money without having to work. So the loan would have been an option for you potentially, let's say, and you have the 350 and your 350 earns you, let's say $30,000 a year. Just to be conservative, 9%. All right, that's conservative. 9%. You can go get that at JEPI, JEPI, JEPQ. It might be at 8.5 right now, but still we're in that 30%, $30,000. Now that's $2,500 a month that can be used towards your payment, right? And 400, well, it won't be 400 because you put down 80 grand, right? So you owe 360, 370 at 6%. 4 times 6 is 24. So your payment has to be $2,300 a month, somewhere like that, $3,300 a month. So if I can get $2,000 per month or $2,500 per month to pay for my house, I would probably go that route. Plus, I still liquid the 350. Plus, I still have the 2,500 well after whether the house value goes up and I sell it or afterwards. I still have the 350 plus whatever else I've accumulated in a different way because everybody's going to still work and bring in additional income, but it would be awfully cool if you're bringing in the same amount of money, but yet you can tap into $1,000, $2,000 per month and still put some of that money. You don't take out all of it, leave some of it in your account and let it keep multiplying by itself, an extra $500 to $1,000. You'd be doing fine, right? And you still are liquid. You still have the 350K. That's what you're trying to do, right? Build a little wealth. Versus it's all gone. Now, what are you going to do? Now you have to work. House is free and clear. But if there's ever anything that happens, such as a major repair comes, you need additional cash for that. If there's anything, there's a myriad of things. Health-wise could happen. There's a myriad of things that can happen. And now you won't be able to just tap into $250,000 if you've already bought a house that's aging as well. Lenders look for a healthy debt-to-income ratio. Of course they do. And like I told you guys, it's 28%. That's what you should be looking for. 28% or less. 30% max or less. That's it. Debt-to-income ratio. Do not go into the 30s. Do not get into the 35. Do not ever do 40. Even if you love the house. You shouldn't love anything that much. You don't own it. All right. So here we go. A DTI ratio of 35% or less is typically considered as good. Oh, look. Look at this. As good. Notice the word good. According to Lending Tree. That's good. We want better is lower. And we want best. 28% or less. All right? I'm giving you guys best. This is what's best for you, not good. 35% is not good in actuality. All right? Just disregard this. Google it yourself, and you'll find what the high risk loans and what the DTI is. And you're going to be like, wait, they just told me 35% is good. Well, something else is going to tell you it's not good. All right? We don't want you defaulting after you done put down 80 grand, 90 grand, did 25 grand in repairs, and then 5, 6, 8 years later, there's a financial catastrophe, and then the next thing you know, you can't make your payment for 6 months, and the house is on the foreclosure block. Right? We don't want that for you. Just keep that in mind. All right, Trump471, I see you at Instagram. Thank you so much. Make sure you hit that follow button. In fact, I don't even know how many people we have following us on Instagram. I don't even know. I don't even know how many people are following us anywhere except for we clicked over on YouTube, 15,500. So that's pretty awesome as well. So let me know what you guys think so far. We've been in this 1 hour and 5 minutes. So that is the beautiful thing, right? I know sometimes you guys are like, why does he tell us this stuff? Well, it's because I love you guys. I don't want you guys out here messing up, but I got something else to share with you. Check this out. You're going to be like shocked. What's the average age of U.S. home buyers right now? Anybody know? Come on. You guys see it on the screen? Can you believe this? This is wild. This is wild. All the kids are like, I got to buy a home, but look at this. The average age of U.S. home buyers jumps to 56 years old. Holy smokes. This just proves what my point has always been. You're generally not going to live in your house for 30 years because 30 years before this, the person would have had to be 26 years old. I highly doubt they bought a house when they were 26 years old and lived in it till they're 56. And now all of a sudden going to go buy another house. Because the home price that they bought their house for 30 years ago was something like 100 and some thousand. That same house is something like 500,000 now. So even if he had an upscale house that would be worth $1 million, he would still have to go buy another house that's worth $1 million or move into a house that's worth $1 million. Either way, you don't get out of it. So I find this very fascinating. The average age of U.S. homebuyers jumps to 56, closer to retirement age. The people that's been stacking their money, buying assets that pay them over the last 20, 30 years, now they have the money to do that. Homes are widely unaffordable for young people, real estate expert says. This came out on November 4th. Now, of course, this is no shocker, but I just want you guys to understand. Nobody's immune here. 56 years old is the average age for a new home buyer. I don't even believe this. This is insanity. The average age of home buyers in the U.S. has risen by 6 years since 2020. Oh my God. July 2023 until November 4th when this article comes out, which is almost 1 year and 3 months later. Another sign that younger Americans are being priced out of the market due to escalating ownership costs. And you guys wonder why I told you 5 years ago to go get yourself something on an island somewhere that was 100,000, 150,000 or less pre-construction, and then just sit back and look where you are now. Now, I'm not saying that we're supposed to live there. I was just saying that was an option to have another asset that you could actually make additional revenue from. But it's looking more and more like you could live somewhere else, and it's almost going to cost you half price. Now, again, the United States is one hell of a place. The EU zone is one hell of a place. The infrastructure in most U.S., not most, 50% of U.S. states' infrastructure is pretty nice. Not like a third world country. But if you live in some of these states, then any other developing nation is not much different. Alabama, Mississippi. Should I start Louisiana? Okay. I'm just saying. This is just crazy stuff. Here we go. The average age of homebuyers is now 56, up from 49 in just 1 year. Ladies and gentlemen, this is getting bad. So, along with the 78% of population living paycheck to paycheck, the people who had the higher wages, who were able to buy the assets 25, 30, 35 years ago, they're the ones that have the assets where they can buy the new homes. Thus, why the age has increased, in my opinion. Just in 1 year, 6 years, it was already at 49, which is crazy. Do you know that this means next year, after these guys buy, it'll probably leave the people that are even older than that who just now retired and now they can tap into their 401ks and things like that. They'll be the ones left with the actual money that they can do something with. That is crazy. Crazy. That's the National Association of Realtors saying this annual State of the Market report released Monday, which was back in November. That's a historic high, up from an average age in the low to mid 40s in the 20s. See, all it took, low to mid 40s. So let's just say it was 42, 43. Now, just 12 years later, it seems like it goes up one. Well, the average is 1 year a year, but now it has escalated between 1 year. It went up 6, 7 years of age in 1 year and a few months. This is crazy. Look at this. The median age of the first time buyers also rose from 35 to 38, damn near 40 years old. While the share of first time timers dropped from 32 to 24 of all buyers for the year ending July 2024. This isn't looking good. The reason why I say this is because if you guys do not understand, if you have less first-time home buyers who get those special first-time home buyer rates and deals and things like that, then you would understand that this is a serious problem. This is going to be somewhat of a problem if you continue to do this. And so now that's probably going to drop even more as each year goes by because inflation is about to get ramped up. I'm going to tell you that right now. Chaos is coming, and that chaos is not good. We cannot sustain having deficits at it's going to happen again. They're doing the same playbook as 5, 7, 8 years back where they said tax cut, tax breaks, and I'm going to mess around with the tariffs. If you think 23% added to the deficit is no big deal, then you better freaking move to outside of the United States. Because this next time, it's not going to be just 23% because it's exponential. So the debt is larger. So that means that means the 23% on top of like damn near $40 trillion is a whole different number than on top of $27 trillion. We're talking about another 13, 14 trillion dollars. That is going to mean almost another 9 to 10 trillion dollars added to the deficit, and who's going to pay that? That means your dollar has been devalued even more, and it was devalued last time. So if you didn't like inflation last time and you thought that was crazy, what's going to happen next time when it's another 20 some percent plus? And you think it's going to be the same? It's going to even be worse. And you're not going to have somebody else to blame this time because you already know what's going to happen. But some people were in denial before, thinking it was somebody else's fault. You're going to find out right now it's going to happen again. And you're going to think, what's the common denominator? Oh, maybe 4 years earlier this happened. So 4 years, 3 to 4, 5 years later, this happens. Now you're going to F around and you're going to find out. All right? So I'm not going to feel sorry for you. We already know what's going to happen, just like we knew it was going to happen 5, 6 years ago. 5 years ago when I first came on the scene. It was pretty simple then. It's real simple now. Nothing's going to change. So you can keep being in denial, or you're going to have to figure out what you're going to do when things cost almost double in about 3 years. All right? I'm just saying. You only have 2.5 years to buy as much assets as you can get. Some of those assets are going to go down in value, and guess what's going to happen? You're going to have to keep buying them. Or sit on the sidelines like the rich guys are doing and wait till everything crashes and burns where it comes down to a level where only the rich people can buy it. Because remember, 80% of the population is going to be living paycheck to paycheck this year. It's going to already happen in 2025 when they do the rankings for next year. When 2026 comes, at the end, they're going to find out it went from 70 to 78% living paycheck to paycheck, somewhere like 75 to 80, 82%. I wish I could date and timestamp these so we can check later, but maybe I'll put a calendar out to go check my own predictions. Rising, largely due to rising home ownership costs, he says. The median U.S. home price is 435,000 per NAR. I kept saying 440, but it's close enough. Up 39% since 2020. Okay, so here we are again. 5 years, 40%. What if it's, and that's after the previous situation that we're doing the same thing again. What's going to happen another 5 years from now? Because remember, we're going to go through four. This is going to be 40% again. So now you already know that's $160,000. So now a $435,000 house it probably is going to be on track where things could be the same. So there has to be a housing crash, right? Because otherwise we're talking about a $600,000 house here. And in order to buy a $600,000 house, you got to make like $200,000 a year. Household income between two people or one. And you can't really have that much debt. So you can't be buying $100,000 cars and have $1,000 a month payments, because that means you got to add $3,000. Well, if you use 30% debt to income ratio, if you use 35, then you got to have a 350, 3,500. That's going to change things. So you can already see how the setup is coming. Now, while the average 30-year fixed mortgage rate has more than doubled to over 6% in that time, are you guys getting this yet? You understand how this is working, right? I hope you understand. Again, the bond prices are going to go up. It's 4 point, you know what? I don't know what it is. Why don't we go, well, I can't go right now. Why don't I go see what the bonds are? I go to CNBC. Let's go see the markets. Oh, wait. Bonds. I need the bond markets. You guys aren't going to, well, maybe you can. Nearly matching the annual U.S. median income of $80,000. Sorry, you can't buy a $435,000 house by making 80 grand. Sorry, that's not how it works. Not going to happen. Just not going to happen. That's 24, 25. Yeah, not going to happen. You'd have to have a debt to income ratio above recommended levels, and you're going to be paying $2,500 a month, 20 somewhere in there, 27, 28. And this means you have to make at least 3 times that amount. So that's 75. So you actually have to make more than 80 grand. So yeah, you can't buy this house if you make 80,000. Median household income's 80,000. So that leaves a whole bunch of homes on the table, which is why housing availability has increased, because the average price of a home is 435. The average income is 80. You can't buy a $400,000 house. You can't even buy a $400,000 house. Never mind the 435 and up. So that even leaves $400,000 houses available. And that's why there's an increase. We'll talk about that on Wednesday night live stream. Younger buyers who can afford down payments are still often outbid by older, wealthier buyers. That's what I was referring to before, because they use equity from homes they already own. That's what I said. Notice the 56. That's why I said the age of 56, there's a reason, because they have the wealth, they have the money. That's what I was referring to. You can see how this is going. This isn't even rocket science, in my opinion. Without this advantage, younger buyers must absorb the additional cost out of pockets. That's right, because they haven't built the wealth, because they're living paycheck to paycheck, so they can't afford to invest. That's why the stock market, the top 10% owns 93% of the stock market. All right? So, I've never seen a more difficult time for millennials to purchase a home. Of course not, because inflation, the cost of living was never this high. That's why. Now it's moving at a faster pace. Come on, man. This ain't rocket science. It's moving at a faster pace. Because we keep adding debt, like, okay, 23% to the debt. We just added 4. So we added over 10 to 12%. Biden's going to add 10 to 12% to the debt. Trump added 23% during his term. Biden added 10. I'll probably go up to 12% to 13%. So we'll just go to 13. I haven't ran the numbers, but that's 36% of the debt has been added in 8 years. All right. Now we're going on the same spending spree that we had previously, so I am expecting 25%. So in 12 years, there should be something like 48, 50, 60%. That means inflation is going, you're devalued your dollar more. That means everything costs more. And that also means we're going to be approaching 85% of the population living paycheck to paycheck over the next 4 years. All right? That's what's going to happen. So if you don't believe me, keep sitting there working at your job, not buying assets and not thinking about global environment where you might have to buy some assets outside of the United States, and that's not going to save you, but at least you'll have another option, maybe the lower cost of living or another business opportunity that may not be in America. That's something that you should be working on. All right. There's not much more you can add to this because it's kind of scary in reality. So let's just get this off screen. I'll remove it. Let's get back to business at hand. All right. So let me know what you guys are thinking about any of this. And if it makes sense to you, let me know. Everybody, make sure you smash that like button. Make sure you show the YouTube gods, the Twitch gods, I keep wanting to say some other, the Buzzsprout, the iHeartRadio, all these guys. Make sure you guys tell them that you're in the house. Download some of the podcasts. Let them know. Go to the StopStrugglingNow.com website. Get some of our gear. It's there. And the link is down below. Dance Machine 77. I see you over there on Instagram who just came in. Make sure you say hello. And everybody, go to beachfrontjava.com. It's chilly out here in the southeastern zone right now. And premium coffee and blended. But you want to make sure you have that promo code, SSN Lifestyle. The SSN Lifestyle promo code, that gives you a discount for life after your first order. And then after that, you get free shipping. Everybody gets free shipping, whether you use the promo code or not. But you want to put in the SSN Lifestyle because after your first order, you get a discount for life. So make sure you go over there with premium blend coffee and tea. If you like whole ground, drip, ground, fine ground, and Keurig, all of that's there with about 20 different varieties of coffee and healing tea. Go over there and check it out. All right. It's that simple. Have to do a little promo, right? Now, the other thing, who got some dividends today? YoMax ETFs. You guys should be getting dividends every Friday. It should be coming out. Sometimes they drop them on Monday. So somewhere in the last 72 to 48 hours, people have gotten their dividends for YoMax, YMAX, YMAG. That gives distributions every week. Other people in the next 7 days are going to receive some dividends for things like CONY. Go check out the distribution rate for CONY. That would be very helpful for you. That's dividends. But again, we don't know which way the market's going to go. But all I know is there could be volatility. We don't know. You might want to just put yourself into a safe zone wherever that is with your money. Again, leaving your money in a bank has never been an option for me. You don't want your money in a bank. All right? It's that simple. All right? That simple. So there we go. All right. Let's see what else we got going on here before we exit stage left. No comments today, so not that many people know, or they're watching. Maybe there's some. Let me see. What's up with the NCAA football? Is this the Final 8? I don't even know. Oh, man. Bowl game. Is that today? Monday Night Football, all that's going on. We usually have somebody that comes in the comment section, but nobody's in the comment section tonight. And there has to be games. Who plays? Let's see. Is anybody playing today? Let's go see who's won. Because I'm pretty sure somebody has won. Bowl season. Buffalo Bills, Liberty Flames, and what? For the second straight day, there will be no NCAA. What? Football today, Monday, January 6th. Later this week, when the college football starts. That's very, very interesting. January 9th. Okay, Penn State, Notre Dame. Are they in the same division? I mean, same No, Notre Dame is still independent, or are they in the Big Ten? Uh, Interesting. And then who else we got? We have Ohio State and Texas. Oh, wow. Wow. That's interesting. So if I had sources right, I think when Texas is probably going to win the national championship, right? I think that's pretty much how it's going to go. That's F up. For number one, number two, or the number six, and we're ranked teams playing each other. Oh, wow. That's funny. Well, it is. Win them all. I'm going to wrap it up, gentlemen. It's only been an hour and 25, but hey, it's short enough. We've been going long enough out here on these YouTube streets. Sometimes we did a 4 hour live stream about 2 weeks ago. We have done 2 hour live streams, but today it looks like an hour and 25 minutes. And I want to thank everybody for being here. But there is also a new project that's come out inside Vistacana. That, why do I say that? Because it is just a basic. This is basic. This is where we're at now inside Vistacana. It's a 2 bedroom bath, 800 and about 1820 square feet. Bottom floor has a jacuzzi included, and it has its little terrace lawny area, right? $168,000 in 2025. Now, you don't get amenities other than pools and a barbecue area and a sit down area and that kind of thing. It's very small. There's only 24 apartments, six on the bottom floor on two separate apartment buildings, six on the top. So there's two buildings with 12 2 bedroom apartments. The bottom floor for 169,000 with a 15% down, 35% during construction, 50% on delivery December 2026. Very interesting. I would opt for longer than December 2026 unless I saw them already have broken ground, because I'm not believing nobody's building anything in less than 2 years. I don't even care if it's two levels. All right. So that's the first part. It's a broker I'm not familiar with. I'm going to be talking to him tomorrow, so that means I might be talking about it on Wednesday. Now, the one upstairs, no jacuzzi, but basically still the same size, same floor plan, but has a small balcony, is 158,000. These are 2 bedrooms. And it includes the AC unit in the living room and the 2 bedrooms. It includes a cooktop. It includes the hood. Now, it didn't say anything about an oven, and it didn't say anything about a washer and dryer, and it didn't say anything about a fridge. So, AC units are around 2,500. Well, we don't know in 2 years. 2,500 to 3,500 a unit. So, okay. And then the cooktop, it's electric, so it could be, who knows, $700 or something. Then the hood and all that, that's a different story. That's a variable. 500, 1,000, we'll call it. But you're still going to need a fridge and a washing machine, and if you want an oven and a microwave, right? I don't think it includes that either. But those are the prices for a 2 bedroom that's around 815 to 820 square feet. And yes, there's pool, and there's a seating area, and there's a barbecue area, and like I said, of course, parking. But there's no mini golf, there's no restaurant, there's nothing else. It's just basically an apartment uh, complex that are all 2 bedrooms, and there's only 12. It's 2 floors high, so there's no elevators, and that's it. Simple, but it's inside Vistacana. Just need to know exactly where, but it's inside Vistacana with all the amenities. That's the kind of thing you need. So it's an opportunity for some people because 2 bedrooms now are costing like 199 and up. And they don't have a penthouse unit because you're on the second floor. There's no penthouse units. So all of that means this is a value for somebody. It all depends on who's going to value it, right? Inside Vistacana to me has a higher value than just being in residential neighborhood. Just saying. And if it wasn't a residential neighborhood, it would cost less. because again, they're showing horses out there at Sabana now, which again, I'm not. Our family used to own a horse, and that's never been. I don't want to revisit that because again, there's liabilities. But Sabana Equestrian Center, which I saw what they were had the horse prancing around in some sort of corral, but to me, I know what horse corrals should look like, and to me, it was kind of small, and that means it might just. I need to see what it really looks like. There needs to be a bigger area if you're going to actually do the horse thing. If you're actually going to do a rodeo and things like that, which I don't think that's going to happen because you would need stands, you would need some place for people to mingle, and the other thing is it's gated. So you're just going to let people roll through to come check out some activities there. I don't see how that works. And so that's my biggest question, how that's going to work. My biggest question is also how Pueblito Carabino is possibly in Paseo del Sendero. And I'm like, wait, but that's a separate gated community. They're supposed to have a commercial zone. Are they going to actually just let anybody roll through the gates because they have the Vistacana key card for their own project? Or, see, to me, that's then why even have gates? So I don't know how they're actually going to do this, but maybe when we go there in May, we'll find out. All right. Maybe they let everybody through to go to the horses. That means people that live in Sabana, actually, it's not really gated, right? I don't see how that works. And that would also hold true with they have the commercial zone at Pueblito Carabino, and it's in the gates behind Paseo del Sendero. I don't actually really know where it is, but they were saying that's where it is. And I was like, I don't really like that. That's not a good idea. So people were saying they were going to go to church over there and go to these places, and I'm like, but if it's in those gates, how's that supposed to work? But we'll find out. Maybe we'll talk about that on Wednesday night, and we'll talk about the Citanova apartments, condos, 150. What was it 158,000 for a 2 bedroom, 2 bath, and a balcony. You want the jacuzzi? It's included, 168,000 or 169, 168, 169. I can't remember all the numbers all the time, but that's the numbers. 15% down, 35% during construction, 50% on delivery. Delivery is expected December 2026. That means I need to see something being built like now. I mean, need to see like foundations and stuff. We need to see some surveying or something going on like now. If you're planning on building something in 23 months. All right. Let me know what you guys are thinking out here. And again, we don't have too many comments anywhere, but that's okay. We'll be back on Wednesday night. And I appreciate everybody being here. I love you. And please like, subscribe, and click the bell below so you get the latest updates. And I know it's hard out here. And unfortunately, things are going to get worse financially. It could get better for a minute, like a little bump, but then it's going to eventually have to fall down because people don't have the money. They don't have the credit available any longer either. All-time record highs in credit. So something has to give. And it's already started because homes are available and people aren't buying. So now the inventory on available homes for sale is increasing. And home values is one of the biggest everything. No, I'm not seeing any comments on anything, unfortunately. No comments whatsoever. Hold on a second. I'll do this. You know what I'm going to do? I have to go see the live stream in order to see comments because I see no comments this whole live stream. Victor Marrero, he just now mentioned it. I appreciate it, man, because no comments anywhere. So what I was trying to do was, hold on a second. Let me go. I was trying to find my live stream and I couldn't find it earlier. Oh, there we go. All right. There we go. Yeah, it's weird. It didn't come up before. Kind of irritating. Really irritating, quite frankly. Let me go check it out. Well, why aren't we going there? Okay. Um, that's interesting. I can't even go see it. How cute. Okay. I can't even go. That's funny. I can't even go see the live stream. That's cute. That's cute. Real cute. Okay. Well, guys, you know, it's lovely in these YouTube streets. Nothing surprises me anymore. All right, let's try again. Oh, we got something. Okay. Oh, we have lots of things going on here.
Oh, we got something.
Yeah, this is wild. Okay, I see now. Post retirement travel. Yeah, it's not in the back office. I see you. Hello, all. Let's do this. He brings his tagline early. Welcome to the SSN Nation Money Making Monday live stream. And he says, nice market pump today. Got paid today. There it is. He tells me now, yield max. Happy wallet equals happy heart. He's out here doing the salsa dance, ladies and gentlemen. So you got to love that. Like I was saying, this is what you do. Dividend investing. If you can get money while the stock market is doing whatever it does, that's what you want. That's what you need. Post retirement travel says, I love that countdown intro. It keeps you in suspense. Thank you so much, post retirement travel. And also go over to post retirement travel, who's going on a worldwide tour. Go subscribe to his channel right now. Why? There may not be videos now, but he's going to go on that worldwide tour. We're talking about Europe. We're talking about the Caribbean. We're talking about South America. We're talking about Asia. We're talking about worldwide tour. He's going to be part of the Mr. Worldwide tour. This is going to be pretty awesome. So make sure you go over there to post-retirement travel, because he's going to have the drone footage. He's going to have pictures. He's going to have videos. I'm pretty sure he might as well just turn it into making a little bit extra money. Why not? Why not? If you're going to be doing it anyhow, why not? Joe Nay, another investor's in the house. Welcome to the SSN Nation Money Making Monday live stream. And Joe Nay brings his tagline, good evening, SSN Nation. Good evening to you. Very, very nice to see you again. Hope everybody is well on this Money Making Monday. My cell phone battery is dying because of all my reinvestment notifications. Oh, I love that, Joe Nay. That's what we like to hear. Reinvestment. And they're giving you the notifications. Like I said, it's going off because it was Friday. YieldMax ETFs and a bunch of other dividend funds are giving out checks this week, the end of last week, and there was a holiday, so there was some delayed. So it was going off today, and a lot of people are very, very happy. Who doesn't like getting something like 10%, 15%, 20, 25% or more annually, and you're getting every month something? That is awesome that you didn't have to work for. Post-retirement travel says home ownership is only an asset if you use its equity to buy other investment property. I like what he's saying right there. That's what we do. That's what you have to do, ladies and gentlemen. You got to use the equity to buy more equity that brings you money in to pay down that first liability. That's exactly what we talk about here, ladies and gentlemen. Very well said. Very well said. Post-retirement travel. That's why he's able to go traveling around the world, because he has the Airbnbs. He has the dividend. He has the option income money coming in. He's got his pension monies that he had coming in. Social Security on the horizon. Whatever he wants to do, now he can do Mr. Worldwide Tour. He's worked for it. He's worked hard for it. He's done everything right. That's one of those guys. Joe Nay also, he's been doing the damn thing right. He now has residency in another country. That's what we like out here to hear. He's positioning himself. If I don't have to be here in one country, I can be in another country. That's what we like. Give yourself some options. It's global. In other words, live like a millionaire. Live like the billionaires. They don't all stay in the same location. There's only 2,700 of them on the planet. That's billionaires. They don't all stay in the same location. They have places all over the world. And they just can go whenever they want to, come and go as they please. That's what you have to start thinking about, ladies and gentlemen. But you have to position yourself to have that income coming in. All right, here we go. Home ownership. All right, post-retirement travel. Okay, otherwise it's a liability in today's economy. If money isn't coming in, then it isn't an asset. Exactly. Very well said. You nailed it. Air conditioning and roofing can cripple your budget. I am getting a new 5-ton AC for my house, and even with a warranty company, my responsibility is over 6K? Oh, God. Are you kidding me right now? These aren't cheap. No, it's not cheap. And he says even with the warranty. Damn. So now we're at 8K, 9K, 10K? Woof. That's insane. That's bad. See, this is what people don't realize. And Victor Marrero, I'm glad you mentioned this because this is exactly my point. So let people know what is the age either of your home or age of when the AC was replaced the last time. Either way, let us know because it should fall within a parameter, such as if your house was built in 2010, then your AC might be going out anytime. If it was made in 2005 and the AC has never went out, well, it's overdue. And if it was made in 2000 and it still hasn't went out, then it's way, way overdue. That's 25 years. They're not supposed to last 25 years. But if a person does their annual maintenance and upkeep, you get to extend your life for $150. Well, it used to only be like $59, but I'm guessing it's about 125 to 150 now for your annual inspection. So would you rather pay the 150 and let it last an extra 5, 10, 15 years beyond its 10 to 15 year time frame? Or do you just want to wait and wing it and then it goes out in 10 to 15 years and then you got to buy a new one for 8, 9, 10 G's? Take your pick. $150 a year, 10 G's. I'm just saying. All right. Thank you for mentioning that. I appreciate it. All right. Let's see. Eric, here we go. Post-retirement travel. Eric, when that happens, you don't get a warning first before they pull the plug on you. You got that right, man. There is no warnings before any plugs happen. So a lot of you do not understand that this is what happens out here. Very, very serious. Very, very serious. All right, post-retirement. Hey, Eric, starting the 2025 short-term rental with a bang. 25 nights in January, and February is filling up quick. Spring break coming. Should also benefit us from our DR projects. Hope you're doing it too. Yes, things have started to tick up, my man. Exactly. That's what I was saying earlier on Friday. I said, oh my, we got some activities. Things are popping off like it used to. Things are happening like it's supposed to. We have the CES show. Then we have the Sundance Film Festival in 2 weeks. Then we have the Waste Management Open in 4 weeks. And those are prime time prices. So that's every week that you get to charge people $500, $600, $700 per night for accommodations. And people are staying anywhere from 3 to 7 nights, somewhere in that range. And if you can do exponentials where not only 1 unit, but 2 units or 3 units, and you can make profits of a couple thousand or 1,500 to 1,000 on each one, now you're understanding what the power of short-term rentals are when you have more than one property that you can actually rent out. So yeah, that's what's happening, man. So even though, see, here's the thing. Victor Morel saying he has 24 nights rented, right? And so he does have one of the premier places in Orlando, which is awesome. I don't have 25 nights rented, but I do because if I have 8 nights, 8 nights rented under CES. Then right now we have 7 for Sundance. Then we got 7 in Vegas all this month. Different properties, but same amount of nights. That's why I did exponentials, because I get to charge prime time rates. Middle of the week, I'm charging people like $400 per night. January 20th through the 24th in Las Vegas because there's some special event that I didn't even know about. And midweeks are basically like $50 a night, but I get to charge like $400 a night, and people are booking it up. In fact, I have another one pending as we speak. So all these things can be done. It's pretty cool. All right, let's see. Yeah, so I will have the same amount of nights as you, but not in a row like how you have yours. Mine works a little differently. I only pick primetime dates, and I just pick and choose the best things. So then next month we got up until February 7th, 6th through 9th. So we got like another six nights for the waste management, but there's separate reservations. It's like 3 and 3, so that's 6 nights. But we're charging people like $635 per night on Friday and Saturday, and $479 during the week. But it's only like Wednesday, Thursday, Friday is when somebody can stay, and Saturday and Sunday check out. Monday, in fact. So it's 3, and then I'll probably get some stragglers who want to do something last minute. So we have last minute stuff there, and I get to charge people ridiculous prices. And that's how you jump off into making money with lesser than dates that I've developed over the years. So that's why I always like, if you're able to have 2 units during prime time, or 3 or 4, then you get to duplicate it. And that's why I use point systems. I use week systems. I use other people's points and weeks, and do all kind of wheeling and dealing. So all that over the years makes it pretty nice, because you can always make, if somebody says I have 3 nights, and then you say, okay, it's somebody else's stuff, but you still get to make like $600 for those 3 nights, then that's a pretty good deal. If it's $700, that's even better. If it's $1,000, that's even better. But the point is, you're making something off of someone else's property, because they're like, don't want to spend the time to rent it out, but you're going, hey man, I'll give you double your maintenance fee. And they're like, okay. And then I just charge on an extra $200, because I could charge even more to the people. But I'm like, okay, I'll take 600 twice, 1,200 for 3 days, $1,200. Cool. No sense in being greedy. The people that rent from you is happy. They call you back the following year. They want to rebook the next year. So now you have money already in the coffers that's going to be built in. So that's why you do it. You don't need to always maximize everything. You still make a nice profit and move on. All right, just so you guys understand, this is what we do. All right, now that I got some of these comments on YouTube, that's very nice, because they're not coming through over here, which makes things very, very interesting. I don't know why no comments are coming through, but they aren't. I wonder why. Very, very sad. I'm looking in the background. There's nothing that should cause that, but I'm sure there is. Here's the interesting thing. I'm going to go look at this real quick. Yeah, this should be something interesting. Let's see here. No, there shouldn't, no, that doesn't do anything. No, none of this should have an effect. I'm looking in the back office. None of this should have an effect. This is crazy. And you guys didn't even see my Beachfront Java post, did you? No, sure didn't. Wow. That's amazing. All right. Well, if you guys missed Friday night live stream, you guys missed one hell of a live stream. Oh my God. We had Mr. Raydell Cabezas and family. We went over their penthouse unit at the beach, and his wife, she did one hell of a decorating job. It looks the part. That is awesome. Awesome. And so that was well done. I expect them to be able to charge in prime time a nice little profit. And he already said he did, like, I think, what did he say? 15 grand in, like, I guess 2 to 3 weeks. That is impressive. And the way she designed it, he gave her full credit and said she designed it. I'm like impressed. They got the right furniture. They've done their homework. They have it pinned down. There are a few discrepancies that I wouldn't like to see, but 95% was done right. And so the other little 5% things, it really may not really affect the rental rate, but you never know. But it's minor. It's not like it's 50% that needs to be changed. It's like these little things that's most people wouldn't even notice, because I come to find out in the DR, they expect less and they'll accept less. So, me myself, I've stayed in a few places like those high turnover ones in Coral Village and in Los Corrales, El Cordacito, that has the higher rental rates. Their units get beat up pretty badly. So you sometimes accept things that you normally wouldn't accept, right? Because it's high turnover. Doors are, kind of dinged up and warped, and there's maybe a spot or on the couch or something that, those type of things, me personally, I can't deal with. So that also is the reason why I started looking for another place to stay, right? Because these have such high turnover rates, but the people don't realize they already need to change their furnishings. And they don't realize it because they're in DR and they're like, oh, people are still going to stay here and spend $55 a night or $60 a night and they're fine. People don't complain. Well, I just say I'm not coming back. I'm like, I'm not going to complain, but I'm like, okay, so I'll pay an extra $10 and I'll stay in a better place per night. And so I found another place that I love. So that's where I'm going to be staying from now on. If I can, if it's not full, but it probably won't be because it's like a little hidden spot. And so I'll just pay $10 more. And I don't really care because it's much, much nicer and more spacious, more rooms. So it's a beautiful thing. So those are the options that you have. And again, there's certain things about when you have hidden cost. When you do short-term rentals, the hidden cost is high turnover rate means you're going to have to replace your furnishings, make sure the maintenance and upkeep of your unit. That takes a little bit more money, but you're supposedly making more money anyhow. So therefore, you don't mind spending the money to make sure you have the best of everything. So when somebody comes, they say, I want to come again. Now me, you lose me as a customer when I say, okay, I don't want to live in this environment, even though, yeah, the place is fine, kind of. But for me, I don't like staying there. So I have to upgrade. I don't mind upgrading. So if it's $10 to $15 more per night, I'll pay the 10 or 15 more to be in a better place. So those places can sit there or somebody else can use them, but I'm not going to go there. Just letting you guys know. And a lot of travelers are like that. That's why they pay for the all-inclusives generally. And that's why they pay for higher end locations to stay in, like Cap Cana. People would say, well, I'll never spend $450 a night. But people are like, well, when I go there, I feel safe. I feel nice. I love the way this is built. I love the way everything is here. I don't have to worry about some issue. I'll pay the extra money. Not everybody's cheapy. All right. That's not how it works. It's what the market will bear. So just keep those things in mind. All right. Now, let's see. Let's see. Brian P., Mr. Dividend has arrived. He's doing the salsa dance today because he's holding some of those dividend funds, and he's going to be doing the salsa dance in the next 3 or 4 days as well for some of those dividends to be kicked out again. And he says his tagline, and I got to say my tagline, welcome to the SSN Nation Money Making Monday live stream. And he says, hello, Eric. Good evening. Good evening to you, man. I hope all is well. Well with you. Yep, all's good with me, man. It's a new year. We starting the thing off right. Good evening, SSN family. Smash that like button. That's right. Give it a 1 piece. And also, you weren't here earlier, but I had to give you a shout out. I want to thank you so much because I did not see, but I forgot about the donation you made on Cash App. Stop struggling now. Donation. I appreciate it, man. And I had to say also, I appreciate all those emails you send me with financial news and updates. I appreciate that greatly because we started talking about some of those before your arrival about the cost of homes, the amount, the age of first time home buyers going up to 56 or 38 to 40 years old. All of this, new home buyers at the age is 56 now, and first time home buyers is up to like 39, 38, 39 years old. This is a first. This is all time record high stuff. And I appreciate it because everybody should know about this. This helps you make moves financially. When you know the trends, when you know the numbers, you start thinking, whoa, what do I have to do here? This is getting crazy. So just keep that in mind. So I want to thank you so much, man, for all of that hard work you're doing because, hey, you're out here making investments, doing the dividend thing, and you're still looking at the news and information and update to make your investments decisions easier for you, which is commendable. A lot of people don't have this amount of time, so I appreciate it because I get to share some of it with other people. Like tonight, when we were getting into the home buyers and we got into a little other things. So the average age of U.S. home buyers jumps to 56. This is something you sent me. We talked about that tonight. We also talked about the cost of home buyers. Cost for them to own a home is up to $18,800 a year now. We talked about that. And again, a lot of people out here wanting to buy a home, but they don't realize it's a liability. They don't look at it that way. They don't even think about it's a liability. They just keep thinking that's what I was told. I got to work hard, get a house. That's good. But they're never thinking there's a loan on the house. You don't own it. Most of the time, well, yeah, let's say most of the time. Nobody has like $440,000 generally. There's a few people that do. 26% of the population apparently in the United States bought a home cash. But I want to know the age of these buyers because traditionally that would be older people that may be close to retirement, get their 401ks and all that combined with the house they previously had, sold that, go get another house. That's what I'm thinking. And they have the cash. So, or you lived in San Francisco Bay Area or California where homes are on average $1 million. And then you said, well, I'll move to a house that's $450,000, $500,000 in another state. So you had $500,000 cash sitting around, right? So those are the type of things that can happen, especially when you have people leaving California and the West Coast. And if you only had 1 million or 2 million people and they all have cash and they're buying houses, of course, you have a higher increase in purchase. But what happens when that stalls out? That's the $1 million question. But anyhow, you could say it's courtesy of Brian P., ladies and gentlemen, because he sent me these articles that we're talking about. All right. So letting you guys know, I get a little help here. I can't keep track of all this. I still got things I got to do. I still got demons that I'm fighting with right now. We're over here fighting punch. I got demons. I got problems on the island. I got things I have to handle in 2025. You know how it works. People say, hey, this was our agreement, and then there's written, then there's verbal, and then there's action. And so when somebody has written, and in my case, in one of the agreements, it was written, but the first day we verbally said we're going to do something different. And then now they're saying, well, no, this is something else. And I'm just like, okay. I said, but I've been working on this for 8 months. I've been kind of chilled. I told you guys already, you can only chill for so long. And quite frankly, I just have a very, very hard time. There used to be there's something I probably should tell you guys because I don't talk about too much of the past history, but let's talk. I didn't talk much on story night, but let's just put it this way. I'm a middle class kid for the most part, let's say. I never lived in the hood, ghettos, or any unsafe place because my dad was in the military. So pretty much you're isolated unless you went to schools that were off base. Fortunately for me, in Jersey, I went to schools off base. All right. There's a world famous spots like Patterson, New Jersey, is in a one location that's near where I kind of grew up, but I didn't grow up over there. I was over in Burlington area for high school. So when you're off of the military installation, you're in general population, as I call it. General population is pretty wild. You have demons to fight. And in the Northeast, you have people that they want to find out who you are pretty rapidly. if you're going to be one of the sheep, or you're going to be one of the wolves, or you're going to be one of the big dogs. Who are you? You're the new person that just showed up. Can we take your lunch food? Can we kick you to the curb when we say we need a seat in the bus? Carry our backpacks or whatever the hell it was. We didn't have backpacks, but carry somebody's books. I don't remember all of the little stuff, teasing stuff that could happen. But that kind of stuff, you're in and by the way, I went to a school. Can you believe they subjected us to this? I go to a school that's from 7th grade to 12th grade. 12 years old, there's some dudes 17 and 18 years old at our school. Can you believe that? Now, they tried to separate it where we had this funky schedule. I can't remember, morning time was maybe our time, morning to 7 in the morning or 7:30 in the morning until noon or 1. I can't remember. And then maybe it was, I don't remember. Maybe the older guys went in the evening. But anyhow, there's crossover. So the crossover is the thing. You have 15, 16-year-old kids with 12-year-old, 13-year-old kid. That's a big difference when you're a kid. So from that, you get learning experiences because you're going to have to defend yourself against people that are bigger than you, taller than you, heavier than you. And you have to figure out how you're going to talk with these people. You have to figure out, wait a minute, who's going to be the big dog up in here? Or maybe you feel like I'm the nerdy guy. You know, I'm the guy that doesn't want to get in any trouble. I want to study. And so, of course, those guys pick on those guys the most because they know they're not going to do anything. But those are the type of things in life that if you don't know how to deal with things when the pressure comes and deal with it on the spot, that can go left. You can be in all kind of mayhem. So I'll give you guys a story that here I am. I used to, in Puerto Rico, I was like the big dog, right? And so here I go to this school over in Northern Burlington Junior Senior High School. And I'm like, have a reputation where I come from. So I'm thinking, oh, I got a new start. I can be chilled. And so I'm chilling. I'm basically first day in school. I'm like, all right, I can, nobody knows me. I'm just a new kid on the block. And see, there goes the problem. They got to test the new kid on the block. So what happens is nobody messes with me at all. They just, hey, what's up? How you doing? And then, of course, I run into one or two people that I knew from someplace else, right? But one or two is not enough. It's not like 20. But one or two, they're just like, hey, what's happening? Nice to see you, this kind of thing. I go to lunch. And at this particular time, I'm not 6 feet tall or 6'1" or 6'2". I'm none of that. I'm more like 5'2". I'm like the smallest dudes. Skinny, small kid. And so these guys look at me, skinny, small kid. And then day one, I'm getting lunch. I get lunch, and these two big guys come and take my lunch. You know, they come and say, hey, my name is so-and-so. And I look at them, and I'm like, damn, them dudes are big. They're like I'm like 5'2", let's say. And it seemed like they may have been 5'7" or 5'8", but at that time when you're 12 years old, 13 years old, 12, I think, that difference in height is huge. And they're bigger too. Not bigger, like they weigh more than me is what I'm trying to say. Not fat or anything, but they're just big, tall. And I'm like, in my mind, they're like, now that we're adults, they're like 6'9", 6'10" compared to me, right? And I'm like, these dudes are pretty big, and they just come over and they're just like, just look at me like, hey man, thanks for buying us lunch. And so I'm sitting there day one like, damn, I don't understand why I got to deal with this. I've never seen these clowns, don't know who they are, and it's in the lunchroom. So of course everybody's looking. What's this guy gonna do, right? So I don't do nothing. I'm thinking, okay, I'll let them have the lunch. I ain't gonna make no big deal of it. I'll just, get me some snacks out the machine or whatever. No big deal. So they take my lunch. I go to the snack machine to put some coins in the snack machine. And one of the dudes comes up, the food, the little snack comes down. The guy grabs it and says, "Thanks, man. You can buy this for us tomorrow." Some stuff like that. And I'm like, damn, trying to be chill. Next day comes. And one of the dudes I notice now is in my first class homeroom or whatever you want to call these things. And I just realized it. So I'm looking at him and I'm looking at him and he's just like saying some BS and I'm just brushing it off. I'm just like, whatever. So I leave out. We get to lunch again. So now here they come to the lunch. Once again, patience. Again, these guys don't know me from Adam. They think I'm just this nice guy that says hello to people. How you doing? Yada, yada. So they come up and they say, "Hey, man, we're gonna, you owe us our lunch again today." So that's when I was like, well, in my brain, I guess I better put it into this. I was trying to be a nice guy, tried to talk to him. So I talked to him. I said, "Hey, guys, uh, I said, how many days do you think this is going to go on?" And so they're like, "Oh, it's going to be like every day. We're just going to take your food. And if you get any snacks, we're going to take them." I said, "Hey, you understand, some people aren't like everybody." And they're like, "What?" I said, "Yeah, some people, they might react differently, but they're the big dogs. They're like, nobody messes with these guys." So I'm just talking to them like, "So you're really going to take my stuff again?" I said, "How long do you think I'm going to put up with this?" They're like looking at me like, "What do you mean how long you think you're going to put up with this? Like, we're just going to take your stuff." So I said, "Okay, this will be the last day that you're going to take my stuff." I thought I was just going to be like this guy that's going to chill, but now you put me in a situation and we're in the lunchroom, obviously. And so I just talked to them. I said, "Hey, man, I can't let you keep doing this." So they're like, "What do you mean?" I said, "Well, I'm just going to tell you right now, this is the last day." And so then after I gave him the food, I did the same thing the first day. I went back to the machine. I got some stuff. The dude grabbed it and I just started laughing. I said, "Oh, okay." I said, "Like I told you over there, this is the last day this is going to happen." Third day comes, and now all of a sudden, I go to the lunchroom. I don't buy any food. So I don't even eat. I just said, "F it, I'm not even going to eat today. I'm going to see what they're doing." So they walk around. They see me just sitting there. They're like, "Hey, man, you ain't going to go buy no food for us today or lunch for us today?" I said, "No, I'm not buying no food today." And they look at me like, "What?" I said, "Yeah, you guys are going to have to get food from somebody else." And they said, "Yeah, well, we are." And I said, "Okay, we're going to see how this works out today." So they got food from somebody else. As soon as they got that other person's food, I went over to their table. I grabbed their trays. I said, "Thank you very much, man. I appreciate you getting these guys food, but you shouldn't be taking anybody's." And I took it over to their plate and I gave it the nerds back their food. I said, "I told you yesterday, this is over." They said, "What?" I said, "What do you mean what? I told you yesterday, it's over." And they're looking at me like they're going to do something. I said, "Okay." So I just stood my ground, nothing happened. Then one of them finally went over to get their food out the snack machine. I walked up to the snack machine, I took it. And then I opened it up, started eating it, saying, "Thank you very much, man. I told you it's over." And that's when we get in a little push and shoving match in the lunchroom. And they're talking all their smack. "I'm going to get you tomorrow. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do this. Da, 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 da." So when this happens, and this is a life lesson, you don't know who you're effing around with most of the time when somebody's happy-go-lucky. So when they said that, because we have to ride the buses and because one of them is in my classroom, the first class the next day, well, that was the day, day 4. I said, "All right." Dude's walking down the hallway. I didn't take no names. I didn't ask. I just punched him. He's on the floor in the middle of the hallway. He's grasping for air and he's talking mess like, "I'm going to get you. I'm going to get you." I'm like, I'm all here for it. I said, "You're going to need your buddy too." And he's like looking at me like, "What the?" So now we're in the same class. He's in class. He starts saying, wait till my friend gets here," which was Bates. It ends up being Bates and Medina. Wait till my friend gets here after class. I said, well, he's going to be in for a rude awakening by the time he gets to class, the next class. Because I was smaller than these guys, they couldn't see me coming. So Bates is coming down to meet his boy Medina. And so I pop Bates when he's coming down the hallway too. The whole school is like freaking out. They're like, this little dude's just jacking these guys. And after that day, Bates and Medina comes in the morning at lunch that day. They look at me like, I go get my food. They come up to me like, I told you it was over. And they didn't want to see. They said, all right, we're not going to mess with your food today. And I was like, you ain't messing with nobody's food from now on. They were like, are you serious, right? You know who we are? I said, you don't know who I am. That's the problem. So that's when things get even more heated, because the next day, both of them tried to jump me in our homeroom. And when we were getting into it, the teacher just came in the door. And so nothing really actually happened. Nobody had to go to the principal's office, nothing like that, because the teacher just got there asking why is Bates in the room. So they leave out. So now when class is over, before we get out the door, I didn't let Bates out the door or Medina out the door. I smashed him while he's walking out the classroom in front of the teacher. I said, this ain't over. I smashed him. I got Bates down the hall. The whole school freaking out again. They're like, this little dude is beating their ass every day. And they ain't doing nothing to him. After that, we're at lunch. Bates and Medina walks up to me and says, hey, man, we need to be friends. I said, oh, you guys are talking right now. Okay, this is good. I'm glad you came to your senses, because this was about to go bad. I said, I ain't even started on your ass yet. I was like, you don't know who I am. And then I run into Nelson Tamayo, who used to be one of the top 4 guys in Puerto Rico. I see him in the hallway. I was like, oh my God, I can't believe you're here, man. This is unbelievable. These dudes tried to jump me. I started explaining to him everything that's happening. He looks at me like, yeah, I know, man. I'm just chilling out. I'm like, chilling out? You know who these dudes are? They're over here jacking people. What do you mean you're chilling out? You used to beat people's ass like this. He's like, I'm chilling out over here. I said, I was trying to chill out too, man, but these dudes were taking my lunch. And he's like, what'd you do? I said, what did we do before? He goes, nah. I said, yeah. You go sit on the bleachers. I'm in the game. That's how we start. But people don't know who they're messing with. They just think nice people. So all this time I talk about DR, we're all happy. But a lot of people owe me money. And unfortunately, I'm just giving a warning. I'm like the Muslims. I'm like the Islamic crew. I told you guys before. I'll tell you when I'm coming. And I don't do it via video. I'm telling on video like I told you guys Friday or Wednesday. I'm going to be in DR on May 13th. May 13th, it's over. There will be mayhem. I'm just letting you guys know. So the smiley face stuff is fine. All that crap. You owe me money. I'm coming for my money, and I'm taking names. And I'm going to be talking shit. So I'm just letting you guys know. You never know who you're messing with. You don't know my history. You don't know why the government's after me. You don't know why I'm on the most wanted list 25 years ago. All right? You don't know I'm in trouble with feds. I'm in trouble with state because of associations. You guys don't know me. All right? I am a smart guy. I do business. I've always done business. I've always done business since I was 12 years old. I love business. But when people jack me, disrespect me, smile in my face, give me lies, owe me money, now I have to handle appropriately. So that's my story, and it don't change. Yeah, I'm a little older, but I have backup. Because when you make money, you always have backup. I will bring them with me. So May, we're going to have our meetings, but in sometime in May 13th, 14th, 15th, and after, we got some other mayhem meetings that we're going to be dealing with, and I don't think people are going to be ready. All right, here we go. You're welcome. So the story is F around, stop being average, and be legendary. Believe in yourself. Don't let something happen that you have control over. You have actions you can take to make things occur. That's all I'm trying to say. You never know who somebody is unless you know their history. And you're smarter than you may be because your history, a lot of you actually have jobs that you've had for, 5 years, 6 years, 10 years. And you may look at it as a job, but you could actually help people. You can actually make additional money from it, all kind of things that you can do. And so therefore, this is what may be required in the next 4 or 5 years because we're moving into this social media type of age where talking, sitting around, being on video, podcasts, and things like this makes a lot of money. People listen to these things. It's almost like talk radio in the 80s and 90s and 2000s when everybody was listening to those talk radio stations and calling in and had the night one, the afternoon ones, and the morning shows. That was the most popular things. And so you have more skill and talent than you know and realize. I just had a friend of mine, I talked to him yesterday, and it has to do with the movies, right? He has twin daughters who's actually on TV shows. Last year, they were talking about doing a health product line, and they were going up to New York, right? So I haven't talked to him since the year. So I asked him yesterday. I said, "Hey, man, what happened with your daughters and the supplements?" He's like, now they're into this. I'm just like, man, I don't get it. Just like my daughters, they're all beautiful, they're all smart. And it's the same thing. His daughter's beautiful, smart, on TV, does stuff. And I'm like, all they have to do is just do a TikTok or social media, and they're twins. He has twins. They look identical. I'm like, they even have the twin thing going. I'm just like, all they have to do is say, we're selling this product. This is why. This is what we're using. And I said, and they go out. They're only 20 something. I'm like, they go to the nightclubs and their friends, they're Hollywood-esque. Like, I'm like, they should be showing their heels, showing their purses, showing the gear they're wearing and having sale. I'm like, they're a walking billboard. I'm just like, this is insane, but they don't want to do it. Just like my daughters, they don't want to do it. I'm just like, this doesn't make sense. You live in an era. Solar Wave, I see you on Instagram. Thank you so much for being in the house. I appreciate it. All right. Paul Castillo, I see you. Thank you so much for being here. Welcome to the SSN Nation Money Making Monday live stream. And he says his tagline this evening, good evening, SSN family. Happy New Year's all. Happy New Year to you, Paul Castillo. How have you been doing? This ought to be awesome for you, right? A new year, new things could be happening. He owns at 2 locations. Both of them could see something happening. Well, one of them I know will see something happening, but no, he's in phase 2. So actually, no, he's got next year to wait. But now he's got next year to wait for both. Damn. But anyhow, I thought we're going to have one of them, but it'll be next year. But either way, he's an investor also here in the SSN Nation into something that could potentially turn into be big time. And again, we won't know for about another 4, 5, 6 years what big time means. But if everything goes well, everybody who has purchased something outside the United States should be doing well with regard to short-term rentals. But I learned something new today, which I can't believe. It's crazy. I found out just by accident. I don't even know if it's true. It's hearsay at this point. I'm going to go look this up. There's a guy that I was listening in the background on YouTube, and I was listening to this thing talking about some of these Hiltons and what do you call that? Paris Hilton. Yeah, Paris Hilton. That's the Hiltons, the Marriotts. Some of these high-end hotels are buying up Airbnb competitors. And their idea is that they're going to be, why go through Airbnb when we can be Airbnb for these short-term rentals, which are not hotels. So they're actually trying to do this condo hotel-esque type of thing, using a hotel to actually do short-term rentals, such as the glamping, right? The camping, that's glamping kind of thing. They're treetops. They're getting like these specialty deals and tiny home. That's what they actually are actively trying to do, is take away some of the shares from Airbnb. I was like, I did not even know they were out here actually trying to do liability type stuff. I'm like, this is unbelievable that they would actually go with that model when it's it's kind of seasonal in a lot of instances. It's also kind of not in, hotels are in a zone for a reason. Airbnbs are oftentimes not in a zone for a reason. They're in residential areas. So that's why I thought this was very, very interesting that they're trying to do a hotel concepts, but they're picking some things like the glamping, like the tents, like the, airplane, and doing all these crazy things like that. And I'm like, okay, I can get with it a little bit, but why am I going to move out of an area that I know has a 90% occupancy? That's what I don't get. I'm just like, why would you take away your 95% occupancy where you are traditionally and decide that you want to go mess around with something that potentially could be 70% or 40 or 50% occupancy? I don't get it. But the one thing they do get, the platform. If they control the platform, then they have extra money coming in the door from every time a host or somebody else does the rental. So that may be what they're looking for if they can scale it up. And apparently they're trying. And you know what the thing is? They actually have subsidy money. They actually are going to have even more tax cut, tax break money. So that means they can actually acquire some things because they can also get the loans, because conglomerately, their whole company and organization are able to get those loans at $1 billion, at $300 million. So they can do things other people really can't. Airbnb can't even do it. So we're going to find out how this war is going to end, but it's going to come to an end one way or another. Either Airbnb loses enough share, or the other guys lose shares and there's an implosion all the way around because people stop using Airbnbs like they have. We'll see how it all ends up. All right. Because again, I'm not sold on just willy-nilly locations. So when we start talking about Airbnbs, I am never going to be sold on, I can just get something in Ocala, put it up for Airbnbs. I can just get something anywhere in the ATL, put it up on Airbnbs. I can get anything in Sacramento, which is not even a tourist area, and I can just start doing Airbnbs at a 70, 80, 60% clips. That's the thing that I don't believe. So if these companies are out here willing to go these extreme ways, I'm just like, why? Just so you can get some of the siphoning off of Airbnb share. I'm just like, is it really worth it? This is crazy when you think about it. But they're out here apparently doing it. I'll make a video about it if I can find some more information on it. But I couldn't believe it. I was just like, this is a damn shame. And so remember when I was talking about what's happening in the Dominican Republic? When I was saying, why are these guys doing all these condo hotels that's outside of the hotel? I'm like, why am I going to leave the hotel with the pools, being by the beach, the bars and the restaurants, and I'm going to go down to a condo that's a kilometer away, that's on the golf course, and there's nothing else there other than I don't even know, a pool? I mean, that's crazy. Why would I think that's attractive? I'm just like, good God, I'd just stay at the joint. Doesn't make any sense. Doesn't make any sense to me. And you have people willing to spend at your place $400 a night. So you're going to trade them in and say, go down here and stay at this place and still, what, charge them $400 a night? And they're staying in a one bedroom and no amenities other than a pool? I mean, that doesn't make sense to me. But they're doing it. So we're going to see how this all shakes out. But what I think is going to end up happening is, I think they're competing in a market that they do not own. So there's so many people that have Airbnbs or short-term rentals or long-term rentals that now you're competing not just against Airbnb, you're competing against me. You can't compete against me. My overhead is lower than yours. You can't compete against me. So I'm always going to be able to charge less than you as a hotel. Unless I do something crazy, like go buy a $400,000 condo in Cap Cana. I do something crazy like that. That means I got to charge like 400 and something or more. And why would somebody pay $500 per night, $600 a night to stay in my condo when I just stay in the all-inclusive? That doesn't make sense. That's where we're going with this. So you're not competing against Airbnb ultimately or anybody else. You're competing against all the hosts. And there's 1,000 listings in just in every area. All the big cities, there's over 1,000 listings. If you're in Sosua, Puerto Plata, 1,000 listings. If you're in Santo Domingo, 1,000 listings. If you're in Punta Cana, 1,000 listings. So there's already 1,000. Incoming is going to be another 1,000 units on the market in the next 12 to 16 months. Just in DR, I'm referring to. This is happening all over the place, though. People need extra streams of income, so they're going to host. All right, let's go. Good evening. Is DR considered a spring break destination that could boost the short-term rental Punta Cana? I don't know. I don't know where it is. I don't know where it is because I've noticed over the years the well, okay, first of all, here's the first problem with the spring break. Spring breakers are not going to be staying at a condo if they're coming in a group, right? That's where the first problem comes in. You're not going to notice it. In March, I was there in March. It was busy, kind of, but it was no different in February, January, March. April, you could see in the street clear, less people. March, there was no influx of students, spring breakers. From my guess, it appears the spring breakers picked their hotels to stay at. That's what I think, because hotels are 96 to 100% booked during high season. And don't forget, I still blows me away, 2 weeks, the Holy Weeks, 2 weeks, the hotels are damn near 100%. But in April, those 100% did not affect the Airbnbs. There was hardly anybody there in April and May when I'm staying in Los Corrales. You can easily see people were gone, right? Just like in Florida, people are gone. You could easily see. March, it wasn't even really that busy. It was busy, but not like the hotels are clocking 96, 98% occupancy rates, but the Airbnbs are not. You want to know why? There's a reason. It's what I've been telling you, that if tourism does not go to the next level, like this year, I think they probably cleared. It's either 8.5, my low end, 8.5 to 9 million that they were supposed to clear this year, right? In 2024. If they don't clear, they got to get another million by air to come next year. They have to be at 9.5 next year. And just so you get an idea on what's going to happen. So the answer to your question about the spring break is no, it does not boost the short-term rental. First of all, again, I will repeat, Airbnb ticks, AirDNA. You guys can get a free thing. You can check all of La Altagracia. All right, that's the province where Punta Cana, Cap Cana, and up to Macau and all that. That's the province, right? In all of the province, the average is 41% occupancy for Airbnbs. That's it. Los Corrales, El Cordecido has the highest occupancy rate. Studio units last year was 71%. The one bedroom units are 68%. That's it. But that's in Los Corrales, El Cordecido, which has by themselves damn near 1,000. Well, it wasn't 1,000 when I looked. It was like 600 units. that was available during Christmas when I looked last week, 2 weeks ago. But when I expanded out to go downtown, then it went up to over 1,000. But that's still a lot of units, right? Hotels were at 98% occupancy during Christmas weeks. New Year's. New Year's, the day before, day after, whatever, was 98%, right? That did not help. There were still units available all over, everywhere. Over 1,000 were available. Just to give you an idea. So that is because people are coming for the hotels. They're not coming for the Airbnbs because there's no Airbnbs. So in other words, what's so exciting? You stay in Los Corrales, El Cortecito, or where? There's no other spot that you can really stay that has amenities, has stores, grocery stores, restaurant, bars, nightclubs, music. Where are you going to stay at right now? You can't stay downtown because there's no places really downtown other than Central Park and what is that other one? The Casa. Yeah, I think they have units at Casa. But other than that, you can't stay downtown. So therefore, nobody's staying there. So you can't put those in the mix yet. Then you have the residential areas that they don't even have a pool in some of these spots. So nobody really wants to stay there. Then the only spot that leaves Los Corrales, El Cortecito. Everybody else is sucking wind at a lower rate. That's how you get 41%. So everybody else is somewhere probably around 40%, 50 or less to offset those 1,000 units or whatever over in. So you have to do a numbers thing. If I know there's 1,000 units well, it's over 1,000. They don't tell you how many, but if I know there's 1,000 units in all of well, I won't use this. I'll use it a different way. If I know there's 1,000 units in Los Corrales, El Cortecito area, and then I know if I just take downtown and go into Punta Cana Village area and go into the Brises area and Verón, and that's also 1,000 units, there's 2,000. There's like 5,000 units, Airbnb units in Punta Cana, for instance, right? So if you know 1,000 of the 5,000 units are renting at 71% average or 70% average, and you know the other 4,000, you can start extrapolating the numbers. You would say, okay, I got 70% here for 1,000. The other 4,000, in order to get to 41%, what's the other 4,000 occupancy rate doing? You can figure it out. It's a mathematical equation. So the only way you're going to get more people, even including spring breaks, and again, I don't know if, I'm pretty sure Dominican Republic's probably a spring break destination. It's probably Puerto Plata, Sosua, because it's cheaper. But the only way this changes is you need more than 100,000 people per week. And it's only people. So you need actually 200,000 people in case there's a couple. So now that's 1,000 per week. Hopefully, let me see what we got. We got 100, we need 200,000, 100,000 couples. That's what we need per week. There's 44,000 hotel rooms, allegedly. At least that's what they said. I think there's probably more, but there's more incoming. Soon as what's her name puts on another 3,000 at Moon Palace, and it's going to get crazy over there. So if there's 44,000 hotel rooms and there's 5,000 Airbnbs, you got to fill up the 44,000 hotel rooms before you get an effect to go into the Airbnbs. It's pretty simple, right? So you can do the numbers, but one person usually doesn't come by themselves. So you start doing two people. That means I need 200,000 per week. Now you have to start doing numbers. 200,000 per week by air. By air, not including cruise. So when you do air only, to get to 200,000 per week, that's 800,000 by air every month on average. Now you understand 9.5 to 10 million by air next year is going to be needed. That's when you'll start seeing overage. If you can get to that number, you'll start seeing where people are going to go, okay, I'm going to stay some other place. Los Corrales, El Cordacito will probably have the bulk of rentals like normal. But when downtown, a year from now, downtown should be a little better. There should be like Central Park, the second piece to Central Park should be done. Casa, second building should be done. There'll probably some other things. The beach will be better. There'll probably be some other stuff down there. So now you'll start having a small shift where people will say, hell yeah, I'll stay downtown. Coco Bongo, the bars, restaurants, and all that stuff is there. So now you'll have spot number 2, which potentially, depending on what happens with Vistacana, could be spot number 3. But Vistacana is moving along slowly, still not ready for prime time, no sports complex, and not the second man-made beach is done. Plus, it's still kind of spread out. It's not conducive to people staying there. They don't have enough commercial zone there yet. But when they put the La Nube there, that shopping center up front, but again, I'm expecting that a year and a half from now. But they have to get to the 200,000, Paul Castillo, in order for, in my opinion, to get to a point where they're going to have enough overflow. Because right now, they're at 90, like, for instance, New Year's, 98%, right? And January, February, March, and April, they're at like 96. It's crazy. That 4% to get to 100, that's what's needed. You need that 100%. Here's what starts happening. Let me explain. There's a bunch of factors in all this. You know what? The worst thing, one of my choices that I could have made in life was I was going to go play, I could have played sports at UNLV, right? The Running Rebels in Las Vegas. And I don't know, I had a different situation at the time. I wouldn't have had a scholarship to go to UNLV. So I would have had to do some walk-on-ish or something like that. But the fact of the matter is, I thought about going there and I would have done business, but it's kind of funny. Would I have went into the hotel hospitality business? It's kind of like what I always thought. What would have happened? I don't know if I would have, because I wasn't thinking about that at the time. There was no Airbnb, so it wouldn't have been something to think about. But being in Vegas with the bright lights and all that, you might have went into hotel operations because you would have had a nice paying job and you get amenities and you get, perks and all this stuff. It might have been one of those things. But here's the situation. It's almost like in Vegas. How can Vegas get the rates they get for hotel rooms previously when they gave them away for free? Vegas used to charge hotel rooms 20, 30, 40 bucks. They were just like, that's an afterthought. We don't want to make money. We want to make money from gaming. Until one day somebody woke up because they said, you know what, we're spending $100 million on these spots. We can't keep letting gamblers come here and stay in hotel rooms at 30 bucks. So what are we going to do? They said, well, we're just going to charge $79 a night, $99 a night now. Then they said, oh, hold up, man. People are paying it. And they're packing out the house when they have the F1. They're packing out the house when they have the CES. They're packing out the house damn near every week because there's something special going on. The residencies are going down now and all that, right? So, but here's the thing. What are the Airbnbs doing in Las Vegas? Because Las Vegas, they do things a little different. They overbook their rooms, right? They're notorious for this because they know a certain amount of people aren't coming even though they booked it. So they take that chance. They go, okay, we can go over 10% so they can get the higher occupancies. In the DR, I don't know if they're going to take those chances because you don't want to have a situation. In Vegas, you can have a situation where you can say, hey, oh, well, we overbooked. We can't have you at the Bellagio, but you can go over to our sister property and you can just stay at whatever the sister property is. Same type room, same everything, and we'll give you some meals or something. They can do that because they have multiple units, MGM's owns something and Caesars owns 6 of them and MGM owns 8 of them, stuff like that, right? So they have that scenario. When you don't have that scenario and you're not the mecca of gaming, you're just another island in the Caribbean, just no different than Jamaica or St. Martin or Bahamas. You're the hottest one right now. Remember, Bahamas was a hot one when the Atlantis was built, right? Jamaica was hot at one time, right? St. Martin was hot at one time. All these things were hot at one time. But what ends up happening is the hotels keep building hundreds, if not thousands of units, like what Moon Palace is doing right now. And Hyatt's going to do it. Marriott's going to do it. They're building like hundreds of units. They're going to actually build another 5 to 10,000 units over the next 5 years. Are going to be built for hotels. That's why you have to have an increase in tourist numbers. And if you ever have a drop off and you don't get to that, if they don't get to 9.5, it's going to be a sad thing, because if they can't get to 9.5 to 10 and after that they can't get to another 4 million, then it's going to be a problem. And they're going to have to maintain the 60%, the 60% USA and Canadian citizens ratio to come to the island, because Americans and Canadians are the big spenders and the countries with the highest population closest. People from Europe, they're going to come, but it's not going to be anything substantial. 300,000 people a year, 500,000, that's not the substantial one. The substantial one is when you have 60% of 10 million people and you got 6 million are from USA and Canada. If a USA has a recession, Canada does also. Less people come from the USA and Canada, and that doesn't go to 60% like it has been. And let's just say it drops to 40. Who's going to feel the most heat? It's going to be the Airbnb. Because the hotels, they're already paid for. All they're going to do is just drop their rates to get more people to come stay at their spot. They're still going to have occupancies of 80%. They win if their occupancy is 50. So they're not going to lose. The people who's going to lose is if you're holding an Airbnb and you decide to act foolish and say, I'm going to buy an Airbnb, a rental for $400,000. And now your occupancy rate's 30% or 20%. That's going to be a problem. And if it doesn't recover, that's going to be even more of a problem. So that's why, again, you buy in strategic locations, because you need people to come. And what's going to end up happening for Airbnb holders in the right spots, you could be in Los Corrales, El Cordacito, Vista Cana, downtown, Cap Cana, up at Verone, Cruise on Land, Larimar, whatever happens with that. You could be downtown, I've already mentioned, or around there. Those spots should be the hubs. Everybody else is going to be left out in the cold. Why? Because, again, what did I preach for the last 4 years? I said amenities, amenities, amenities. If you're not staying at the hotel, then obviously there's a reason you would stay at a hotel. Airbnb is the knockoff to a hotel. So therefore, you need some amenities to attract people. And those people who don't have amenities can't do the attraction. So why would I spend? So if I'm going to spend $75 per night and somebody says, hey man, the beach is right here, bars, club, restaurants right here. Am I also going to spend $75 like right now, go downtown and be like, okay, there's bars, there's that, but downtown is really still like a black hole. Why would I stay downtown? Other than I'm going to Coco Bongo, I'm going to go to those little DJ things that they have at the El Patio and stuff. I say, okay, that could possibly be it. But ultimately, everything you do downtown, you're paying for, right? If I'm going to El Patio, that's fine. I can get some free music. But every other thing, if I go to Caribbean Lake Park, I got to pay. If I'm going to whatever, and I'm not by the water. So why am I going to spend $75 downtown when I can just go out to Los Corrales, El Cordacito? That's why they have the high occupancy rate. Or I'm not even staying in Airbnb and I'm going to spend $400 a night and stay at all-inclusive, or $500. So take your pick, because the food is going to cost more. Like we've already talked about, we're going to be at a 61-1 ratio. I predict next year the Dominican peso to the U.S. dollar is going to be at 61 by the end of this year, 2025. And so now the food, the Airbnb, everything's going to cost more. And you're going to start wondering, because I'm going to do it, I'm going to be like, okay, I'm staying here for $75 a night. But now when I go eat, it's costing me $100 and some dollars. Or $75, let's say, for the lunch. Or breakfast, lunch probably. Then I go and get some late dinner, have a few drinks. It's $100. So I spent $200. So I actually really spent like $280. And now we run into the problem. Am I going to stay here, or am I just going to stay at where I can just eat all day, all night, drink all day, all night, be at the beach all day, all night, and do whatever and walk back over here half a mile? I think I'm going to do that, and I'll spend the $350 per night. That's where the danger falls. And so hopefully I've explained it again. Okay, here we go. So no spring break destination. I mean, it is, but it doesn't affect what you think, because remember, all the spring breakers have to be in a certain location. How can you be in a certain location if you're in an Airbnb? You have 100 kids. Why? They're not going to pick your building. They're going to pick a hotel. Everybody's in the same hotel on the same beach, or hotels. You're not going to pick Airbnbs. Not in DR. All right. Paul Castillo, absolutely. Occupancy 90% to 100%. Yep. Exactly. But again, check it out. Paul Castillo and everybody else. If you believe certain time frames of the month have a occupancy rate that's going to benefit you if you have a short-term rental, you need to pay attention when those dates come up. Like this year, if you're thinking about spring break means something, then you need to know March, right? You need to look at March and find out what the numbers are and see if there's an uptick. What's the uptick needed to be in order for your short-term rentals, the 5,000s of them, and just to get half of those rented out during spring break? What do the numbers have to be, right? So lucky for everybody, you can go back and go look at we're at nine months back. There should be a video that I have done that shows the March numbers. It's a record high, yes. But what are the actual numbers by air? March is probably 700 and some thousand by air. We'll round up to 800. And let's say it was 800,000. Okay? 60% lands at Punta Cana Airport. All right? So that's 480,000. That's basically 125,000 by air, single passengers per week. What does that break down to? If we count 2 people, that's 50,000 units needed. Guess what? 44,000 hotel rooms exist. Guess what else in March? They are like 96 to 100% booked. Victor Marrero was there. I think he was there last March, if I'm not mistaken, or April. He said at that time on a live stream it was 98, I think, or 97% at Hard Rock. Hard Rock's not the cheapest place. And that was like 98 to 99 to 100% booked in March. So if you know the numbers, then you understand where people are staying. They're not going to go to the Airbnb. That's not where all the activity is. You're going to be at the beach. You're going to be doing the pool. You're going to be doing the shooting pool, ping ponging, rock climbing, water parking. And it's all right there. You're not going to the Airbnb. What Airbnb has all that? You're not and can hold 100 people or 50. I mean, so that's the situation. And so everybody who wants to study, I do videos for a reason with the amount of tourist numbers every month. I try to do it every month. I'm pretty sure I've done it for 2 years every month. So you have a track. I do a Dominican Republic weekly. I started doing those because there's also a little tracker where you can say, okay, what were they talking about a year ago when he did Dominican Republic weekly? What was the numbers a year ago? So then you can see the numbers 2 years ago. And then you can start extrapolating why I say what I say and why a person like Victor Marrero says, I'm going to buy Margaritaville in Orlando when it first comes out. And other people have too. And there's a reason because he knows it's a high tourist. It's like the only tourist destination in Florida. It's number one. And then you got Miami down there, which is out of control. But Miami's a whole nother animal. The family unit's over in Orlando. So you always have 2, 3, 4, 5 people coming. DR, you don't have 4 or 5 people coming. It's a whole different animal. So you want to be able to do a couple of things. Why I like to recommend the 2 bedrooms, but in DR, a studio or a 1 bedroom probably works. Just has a higher occupancy rate at the moment. This is why they need to get to 14 million tourists by air. That's probably going to, hopefully it takes 4 years, 5 years max. Because then we have overflow. All the hotel rooms, you can't go over 100% occupancy, so people are going to be looking for other places to stay. Then it's going to turn into, I heard about this spot, it's unbelievable, stay here. I heard about that, and all that comes out. But in fact, you know what I'm going to do? I was going to end this live stream, but you know what? You guys know I like talking about this. I try to help you guys a lot. So make sure you smash the like button. Make sure you share the videos. Because what I'm going to do is Dominican Republic record tourist. Let's see. No. Hold on. He asked about March, right? March. No, I can't find March. Hold on. There's only one place we'd have record tourist numbers, right? Maybe I misspelled something. Tourist March. March 2024. Here we go. Okay, we have it. We have it. All right. So, I'm going to go pull up. Here it is. First quarter. No. Oh, yeah, this is it. This is March. I'm going to pull up March for you. Just so you can see what the numbers are. It's 3.2. I don't know what that is. It says 3.2. That's interesting. So we're going to find out what the numbers were last year. So, Paul Castillo, this is what we're talking about. Here's what we're talking about. We got 3.2 million visitors in first quarter. Not March, first quarter. All right. So, we continue to reach spectacular figures. 1,104,000. So, March. Here we go. It was almost 800,000. It was 836,502 tourists by air. There you go. All right. Here we go also. The airports that received the most tourists were Punta Cana with 61%. All right. So just keep, in fact, hold on. I meant to have this on screen so people wouldn't have to take my word for it. You can actually see it. Reason why I put a link into the Dominican today. So if anybody sees this, they can always check it out. All right. That's why we do it, ladies and gentlemen. That's why I do it. Let's go check this out. Okay, where's it at? Let's roll. Uh-oh. Hold on. Let's see here. What happened? Oh, okay. Here we go. This is for Paul Castillo and everybody else. This is what happened March 2024. So here's this question. 836. Yes. This looks like it's January, February, and March. The first 3 months had 3.2 million visitors. 1.1 million. So you know the first 3 months had records, right? We know this. All right. Look. So 836 tourists by air last month is only comparable to the Christmas season. Remember, I keep telling you guys, December 15th to January 2nd, 3rd, 4th, that's the prime time in tourist destinations. And that's how much they got just in Christmas season, but that's what they got the whole month in March. So I'm anticipating to get 800,000 this month, last month in December, to get us to the 8.5 to 8.7 by air overall in 2024. Now, though, the problem is this. If you need another million over 12 months, you're going to need another 90,000 on average. Can they get this to 950,000 tourists this March? That's the million-dollar question. Do you have enough availability for that? But anyhow, let's get down to the business at hand. Here we are down here. The airports that received most tourists were Punta Cana with 61%, Los Americas 21%. That's 82% is on the west side. I'm sorry, east side, right, of Dominican Republic. You can't sneeze at this. 7% Puerto Plata. You can't sneeze at these numbers. That's low. Sabel, 10%. That's low, right? So you have 400. Okay, you know what? I'll even do something better than that. 836,000. So you can tell me, anybody, you guys are all investors here. 836,000 times 61%. That's 509,000. All right. Here you go. Divided by 4 weeks. You divide it by 4 weeks, right? 127,000 individual visitors. Let's call it that, right? That's in the Punta Cana area. 509,000 for the month. 127,000. We don't know who these individuals are, but what I like to do to get real is I just divide this by 2, right? So we have 63,745 per week. How many hotel rooms do we have when you start including Cap Cana, Punta Cana, Macau? Do we only have 44,000 hotels or do we have 55, 60,000 hotels? I don't really know, quite frankly. I know last report said there was 44,000 hotel rooms during Christmas season in Punta Cana. I don't know what that is. I don't know what they meant by Punta Cana. They didn't say like La Altagracia. They just said Punta Cana, that there's 44,000 hotel rooms. I'm like, does that include Cap Cana? Does that include Macau? So let's just say for the sake of argument, which I'm guessing there's probably more than 44,000, but I'll just say, let's say for the sake of argument, it's 44,000. All right? So some people would start thinking, okay, optimistically. They would start going, okay, Eric, you know what? That leaves almost 20,000 units. And then you told me that there's 44,000 hotel rooms. Well, the problem is everybody is not a tourist. Everybody flying in is not a tourist. But for our argument, for our assessment, I'll just act like it is. But we know there's a drop off. We know some people are Dominican visiting their family. Some people are friends that are visiting their friends. They're not even staying in hotels or Airbnbs. We just don't know what that number is. Well, we can figure it out, but I'm not going to deal with that right now because that's a whole nother number that they sometimes have here. They'll tell you who's Dominican flying in and who's not. They have that occasionally. But for our argument right now, we're going to talk about the 20,000 extra rooms. Now, I want everybody to think about something. So we're talking about Punta Cana, but now not everybody stays in Punta Cana. People stay in, they drive from there, go to La Romana, they go to Macau, they go to Miches, right? Stay in Cap Cana, stay in Verone. You don't know where everybody's staying, the 20,000 people where they're staying. So when I say there's 5,300 Airbnbs in La Altagracia province, how many Airbnbs are by eBay? La Romana. And how many of these people are going down the Casa de Campo, staying in La Romana area from the airport? So if I start saying, okay, let's be reasonable, let's just say there's 5,000 to 6,000 people that's staying outside of La Altagracia. Now you can understand where the majority of the hotels in March are going to be occupied at 90 something percent to 100%, 97, 98, 99%, and even 100% in a lot of cases. So the 44,000 is a real number. The 5, 6, 7,000 that don't stay in La Altagracia or within that province, we don't know the number. But now you can start breaking it down going, okay, that leaves us 14, 13,000 maybe. And now we got 5,000 properties just in La Altagracia. How many other properties are in La Romana by eBay? Up there in Macau and beyond. How many is out there, right? So I would be willing to guess there's a couple thousand, right? At least. So there's probably a few thousand people going out there. So you can easily siphon off 20,000 people and not have 5,000 people staying in all of the available Airbnbs, because that's not going to happen. Nobody's doing 100% on Airbnbs. So that's the way I look at it. So in order for us to have real numbers, I need these to be double this number and then some. It's got to be 3 times this number in reality. It's got to be 180,000 to effectively have anything to do with Airbnbs. And remember one other thing: the availability, the Airbnbs that are available right now. If there's 5,000, there's going to be 6,000 this time next year. And also the hotel rooms. There's probably going to be another 2,000 hotel rooms added due to the hotels being built on the ocean, on the water. So this is why you need this to be a different number. You need the 63,000 to be a different number. And I got to point this out. The 61% Punta Cana airport figure has to stay the same. There's no way around it. Has to stay the same. Or get higher, but I don't see how it gets higher. I just don't. It's going to stay in this range. 60% to 55 to 65% is going to be in that range. That's why you need more. So hopefully that helps you out a little bit. All right. I see you. At Victor, 11 million tourists this year came to DR. The way it's going, if DR right now isn't a spring break destination, it'll be one soon. Paul Castillo, don't count on it. It's all okay. Hold on. I'll show you something. You know what? We can do this too. Oh wait. Where are we at? Okay. Top 5 spring. No. Top 10 spring break destinations. I'll just leave it at that, wide open. All right, we'll leave it wide open like that. Why would I do that? Because we're going to leave it wide open, right? So you'll be able to see it right here, man. So we don't have to do wishful thinking. We can actually look stuff up. Here you go. Look. Top spring break destinations: San Diego, South Padre Island, Orlando, Cancun, Miami. Do you notice anything yet? Bahamas, Las Vegas, New Orleans, Cabo San Lucas. You notice anything? What I see places that have a lot of places to stay, a lot of entertainment. And South Padre Island is a whole nother animal in itself. Orlando, obvious. You notice anything? Something that's a little more than just an island. And notice Miami, Bahamas. Notice who's not on the top 10 list. Only Bahamas in the Caribbean. Cancun. Cabo San Lucas. All right. You might want to. So, okay, now, after we get you over the first 9, because that's not 10, but let's go to 15 more. Look at this. Okay, Panama City. Yes, I have places in You know what's funny? I have access to places in all of these locations, except Jamaica. I don't mess with Jamaica. But look, Bahamas and Jamaica in the Caribbean. Mexico has Cabo San Lucas, Cancun. Now we go to New York City, Phoenix. Punta Cana is on your list as one of the top spots. Easternmost tip of the Dominican Republic. Does it say number 6? Punta Cana is one of the more underrated spring break destinations. This Dominican area's reputation continues to grow. Okay, hold on. Let me see something. Number 10. Wait, are these ranked? Number 6, Punta Cana, I guess. Or are these not ranked? They're not ranked. Miami, that's got to be up there. I'm in Miami. Oh, it's okay. I see what's happening. Okay. It's not really a ranking. You got your Punta Cana. But again, you got 44. You know what? I'm not even going to. Let's get real numbers. How many hotel rooms in Punta Cana area? I don't really know what they're counting, but we'll just go. You know what? Google doesn't say. Okay. They say there's 83,934 accommodations in Dominican Republic. I don't know what this means. The Hard Rock has 1775. I don't have any way to find out. So we'll just assume there's 85,000 hotel rooms in all the island, but I know there's 44,000 minimum, boasting approximately 50,000 hotel rooms in Punta Cana, says the Punta Cana travel guide from U.S. News Hotel. So actually it's not 44, they're saying 50,000. Okay. I had a feeling it was probably higher than 44 because I don't know what they're counting. Are they including Cap Cana? Are they including La Romana and Baibe and all that? Are they including Macau? So I had a feeling it was probably a little more. All right. So with that being said, U.S. News says approximately 50,000 hotel rooms at affordable rates. Punta Cana. Okay. So there's your spring break. So again, I was there last March. Victor Marrero, I think, was there last March. There's really no difference. I didn't see a whole bunch of like spring breakers hanging out, man. I think they're probably staying at the all-inclusives. Anyhow, Puerto Vallarta, Washington, D.C., Austin, Texas, Grand Canyon, Daytona Beach used to be the hot spot, no longer. It's not like Savannah, of all places. That's wild. Maui, pricey. Washington, D.C., Hawaii. Okay, Hawaii makes sense. Austin, Puerto Vallarta, Sedona. Yeah, it's on the list. I don't know the rankings, but it's on the list. But I'm telling you, there's not much of a difference. When I was there wasn't much of a difference between January, February, March. As far as in Los Corrales, El Cordecito, the number one spots. So there's no way to quantify that guess in reality. But making it cautionary. We need more. We need 2 more million, 3 million. And like I said, you guys know Moon Palace is going to have 3,000 hotel rooms by themselves. And that should be added in the next year. So if they already have 50,000, then they're going to have 53 for sure. And I think the Marriott at Uvera Alto should be done for another few hundred units. And I think some hotels, even downtown Punta Cana, should be done as well. So let's just say in the next year and a half, they're going to add another 5,000. So I'll just stay on the pro side of it and say 55,000 rooms, hotel rooms will be available, and probably 6,000 Airbnbs. All right. Solar Wave, I see you. Thank you for being in the house. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we've been here 3 hours. Thank you to Paul Castillo, Victor Marrero, and everybody else, all the investors in the house. You know we can talk about this all night, but I like talking about it. Okay, so Paul Castillo, I want to warn you about something. When they do the 11 million, keep in mind they're adding the cruises. Keep in mind also they have, 8 cruise locations, and they added more cruises to each of the ports. So therefore, what's going to happen? What do you think's going to happen? We know what's going to happen. Here's what's going to happen. So what's happening is there's going to be more cruises coming, so the number is going to get higher on the surface. So because they're going to do 3 or 4, what did they, let me see, 8.5, 2.5. Okay, so they're going to do 2.5. Yeah, they're going to do more than 2.5 cruisers came, right? So it's going to reach 11 million. Next year is probably going to be 3.5 cruisers. So what you're going to see is 12 million plus. So they're going to get 12 million plus for sure. Right? But the question is, how many more are they going to get air passengers? From 8.5, 8.6, is it just going to be 9 million of 400,000, which over a 12-month period, 52-week period, that's nothing. You divide 50, that's like 20,000 additional people. You need 1 million total. You need 9.5 to 10 million next year. And if they get that by air, then they're going to have 13 to 14 total when you add the cruises, because they're going to have more cruise ships coming. So I caution you not to look at the total number. You need to look at what the actual airfare numbers are, and I'll be breaking it down. The numbers should be coming out, because they like to brag when it happens. All right, Michael Anthony, welcome to the SSN Nation Money Making Monday live stream. And he says, JOB went from 20 cents to 50 cents today with zero debt and 20.8 million in cash, and closed at 27 cents. We rally back up after the dip on the 191 shares today. I don't know what JOB is. Michael Anthony out here giving people tips. Let's go see what this stock is. I don't know what this is. What's this little penny ante stock, man? Is this an over-the-counter? What is it? GEE Group. I don't know what this is. Yeah, it shot up today to 40. Whoa, what? It went up 28% today. This is crazy. It went up higher than that. It went up 72%. Then people sold off, and it went. This is insane. It went up to. What is that? 72 cents? Oh, no, it was 72%. It went up to 43 cents, then dropped back down to 27 cents and closed at 28. And it opened at 24. What the hell? Somebody went on a buying spree. General Employment Enterprises. I don't understand. You're going to have to enlighten us on why this stock should be any good whatsoever. Let's see. Inc. stock price gain 28. I don't know what they do, but if it's employment, that's not really a great thing to be involved in unless it's short term or something. And I'm looking at revenue numbers and they're down. So this is like a meme stock or something. Net income negative 225. Net income down 1,000%. Revenue down 17%. Net profit margin down 1,286%. I don't understand why this would do anything crazy. So maybe you know something we don't know, Michael Anthony. Remember now with the open sky agreement, DR air passing will definitely increase more. Paul Castillo, no. No, 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 no. No, no. It's a myth. It's a myth. So open skies agreement, that is always touted. Even I said it like it increases tourism. Okay. It increases tourism because of a certain situation. So the airlines in the Dominican Republic had no access to whatever airport they want to go to in the USA. The Open Skies Agreement allows Aerojet and whatever other airline that's in the DR, that's a Dominican-based airline, they can now fly into the Dallas airport, the Chicago airport, the SFOs, utilize American airports more. So traditionally, what would happen is temporarily, when these airlines enter that marketplace, they charge these crazy rates. Like it'll be from, let's say, Chicago to DR. And they would say, oh, it's going to be $275 round trip or $299 round trip. So then what happens is Delta, American, JetBlue, and all these guys say, okay, we got to match these guys. We can't let these guys get, a few 100,000 passengers this month. So we'll match it. Well, what ends up happening, though, is the rate for a temporary short period of time is going to be that until they have to feel the pain of, well, this round trip, now we're running into off season, right? And now we're finding out that little rate we were giving off season, we don't have it. We have to shut down flights, right? So now it's a temporary thing that occurs. So it gives the effect of more people are going to be coming when in fact, it's not really going to end up being that way. That's all I'm trying to say about it. Just like I made the Delta Airlines is going to start doing flights in like May for some weird reason from, was it Chicago? Guess what the flight was round trip? $700. $724 round trip from Chicago. Starting May of 2025. Not during prime time. May. I'm like, who's going to leave Chicago, almost like the perfect time of year to be in Chicago, and come down to DR, be in higher humidity, and pay $700 per person, $725 and up, $800 per person round trip? That's crazy. That's real crazy. So beware of the Open Skies Agreement and getting these cheap rates. Remember, here's the other thing. I do more research than most people do. I look at how much does the most important airport to me is Punta Cana, right? The fees that the Punta Cana airport charges people to enter and exit is damn near like $60 to $70 by itself. So you can't get cheap rates when these guys are charging you like $60 to $70 fees. So the cheaper airlines, like at one time Spirit, JetBlue, and Frontier, they were only able to charge like $100 for major airports, 125 each way, 75 round trip. At one time it was under $200, right? They can't do that anymore because it's costing them like $60 to come land and like a little bit less to leave. So they're spending 100 and something round trip, or about 100 round trip. So they have to charge the customer what round trip? You can't charge 150 anymore. You're gonna have to charge like 199, 200, which is basically what's happening on the on the East Coast. Never mind what happens when you go into the interior, like Chi-Town, Dallas. Where else can we go in the Midwest? Well, this isn't Midwest, but when you start going to Phoenix, now you're out to the West Coast where people have the money, the disposable income. You got to keep this in mind. Where's the disposable income? New York, Miami, Atlanta, even Orlando, Dallas, Chicago, Phoenix, LA, San Francisco, Bay Area, maybe even up in Seattle. But the problem is those flights from the West Coast are charging people like 700, 800 bucks per person. So and you got to be on flights all day. It's crazy. So what you think would be simple, it's not going to be simple. In fact, like I said, I don't really like talking too much about it, but what we'll do is we'll go look. So yes, Punta Cana is one of the areas for spring break apparently. It's on the list of hold on. What's this list anyhow? Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 times 3, 24. It's on the list of the top 24 spring break destinations. All right. So that is good, but again, we don't know the numbers, and you can't really extrapolate it when you actually look at the spring numbers. It's the same as Christmas. So again, the same as Christmas. Again, 96, 98% hotels were booked. The same thing happens in March. I was there in March. There was no real difference. It wasn't like spring breakers were everywhere. Like if I'm in Panama City, or if I'm in Orlando, or if I'm in Miami, or you can tell. It wasn't like that. At the hotels maybe, but in city wasn't like that. Sure, there was some youngsters here and there, but it wasn't like prolific. It wasn't even that. So, so I don't, even though it's one of the top spring break destinations, I think most of the spring breakers hang at the beach. They just stay at the all inclusives because they have enough units. We have 100, 150, 200 coming from our college. Then we're going to get them all in. They have 200 rooms. It's easy. So that's what I'm saying. Don't count on the spring break. Count on the Holy Week, though, in April. The Holy Week, where people are coming from like Santo Domingo and other areas that come out to Punta Cana. The hotels are again at 96 to 100% occupied 2 weeks during Holy Weeks. It's 2 weeks. It's not one, which is incredible. A lot of places it's just 1 week. Okay, I lost track where I was going, but it's okay. I probably need to end the live stream. We're on here because once I get started on this, I can talk about this all day, all night. Okay. Let's see if it comes back to me. I was gonna go do something with this. I should have typed. Then I got to remind myself. I got to type it in. But we were talking about the Open Skies Agreement. Oh yeah, I know what it was. How much are Punta Cana airport fees for airlines? Let me see if they show it. Let me see if we can. I just looked at In fact, let me see if I can pull up one of my tickets so I can actually show you. Because the fees are on there. Tourist car, okay, cost. Tourist car, okay, okay. If it's way more than that, $10, fine. That's not what I'm talking about. Departure fee, $20. Okay, um, but it's 40. It's 40, I think, incoming. Something like that. It's more incoming. Like I said, if I remember right, it's 40 coming in, 20 going out, 10 here. It's like $100 round trip. It's $100 in fees, maybe even a little more, 110 maybe or something. Um, 10 at the airport. Okay, 20. Yeah, it's like I said. I think it was 40 on incoming. But anyhow, just count on about 110, 120 maybe is airfare cost. So the airlines they got to charge you that and to make some money. So you can't. There won't be any cheapy 250s, 300 round trips. It's going to be like from Dallas or Chi-Town or the west of the Mississippi, and hardly any of that east of the Mississippi either. Nobody's going to let you go for $75 round trip. Nobody's going to charge 199 unless it's going to be some sort of special in the off season. I don't see how that's going to work. All right, here we go. I'll do it this way too. Uh, what should I use? Expedia? So just so we can get all to this, because other people have these same questions. They're thinking that certain things should help them out, but don't think short term. Don't think like 1 month. Think like what you need over the course of a 12-month time span. Here, look. I'm gonna do Miami's gonna be the cheapest flight, right? Miami's gonna be the cheapest. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do just for you. I will do MCO, right? MCO is Orlando. So what's happening? What's happening? Oh, there we go. MC. Just let's go look, man. PUJ. That's Anna. And then let's go to March. Let's call it spring break. When is spring break? Let's call it spring break. Let's go this third week, right? Oh, come on, guys. What's going on? I'm not liking this. What's happening? Do I have something on my screen that I can't see? What's happening here? All right, fine. I'll just do it this way. Spring break. I'll just use, let's go two travelers. MC. Okay, forget it. Am I having a screen problem? Let's go. Oh, there we go. E, thank you. Appreciate it. No, I'm not trying to do it. Wait, didn't I put in PUJ? Oh, that's why it doesn't love me. Funakana. There we go. Okay. Let's see. There we go. Spring break, second week, right? Let's go March 14th through the 21st. Let's go see what we got. Let's go two people. Doesn't matter. I'll just put in two, though. Let's see what we got. Orlando to Dominican Republic, spring break. This is Expedia, so we can just check it out ourselves. Let's go look. All right. So we do a full thing on the please. going all over the place. Let's go. March 14th to the 21st, Expedia. Let's go. What's happening? Showing no love. Oh, there's the problem. There you go. Look at this. But it's $571 round trip. And if you want to know something that's even crazier, that's leaving at 9 a.m., getting there at 11:44. But if you leave at 11 a.m. on JetBlue, it's 775 round trip from Orlando. JetBlue, 775 round trip. Frontier, 477 to pay for bags. Uh, what's this? Frontier, American, 559 round trip, and that's 6 hours, not 2 hours. That's crazy. That means you go somewhere else. You go to Miami, then go. 467 Frontier. This is from Orlando. If you're leaving from Atlanta, same price. Miami, 559. This is crazy. Charlotte, 712. What is EWR? Is that Newark? 821. Panama City, 595. JFK, 628. Does that look like Open Skies agreements helping? This is all from the East Coast. This is crazy, in my opinion. Crazy. Right? Crazy. So 471 is the cheapest round trip from Orlando. So it looks like the whole East Coast is the same price. So look what happens when I go out here to Dallas. DFW. Now look at the same dates. Let's see what happens. Wonder if you guys can see this. Nope, can't see it. Get on screen. Check this out. You guys can see it for yourself. Check this out. This is crazy. Does that look like it works for you? Look at this. This is insanity. 1,000 round trip from Dallas. 7-4. Look like 6. This is 40 over it. CT Charlotte. That's 748. Look at this. Again, 7-hour trip, 748. Look at this. This is insane. $800. Right. Sound like that's cheap? I'm telling you, man. So much for the Open Skies. But here's the thing. Where are the Dominican Airlines at? See, notice the Dominican Airlines aren't here. That's what the Open Skies agreement is for, is to allow the Dominican Airlines to land at these spots. But look, they're not here. 868 from Dallas. This is crazy. 2 people, you're over at $1,500, and in some cases, you could be $1,600 round trip airfare, or more if you decide to act crazy and buy the $1,000 per traveler round trip. That's insane. So now you understand what I'm referring to. Where that's a lot of money for college kids, right? So let's go to PHX, which is Phoenix. Let's go there. So if it costs that much there, Phoenix is a different airport. It's cheaper to fly to Phoenix, right? I forgot about Las Vegas, but I mean, how many colleges are in Vegas? So nobody's really going to be departing from there like that. But look, 850 with a 9-hour, 11, 12-hour, 17-hour, 10-hour. See, this is what I'm referring to. Look at this. So you're at 800 best case scenario, but you got 2 stops and you're going to be on the flight for 17 hours in that day. Then you pay normal rates, and the best you can do is 847 just to get there. Leave at 12:50 a.m. to get there at 12:50 p.m. in the afternoon. But again, no Dominican companies, which is what you need. But if Americans are charging $850 per person, What's the Dominican flight's going to do? They're going to be like, oh yeah, you really think they're going to not charge 700 per person? I mean, that's not going to induce any sort of war, price wars, right? So you can see in real time what's happening. So you might say, okay, let's go to, well, it doesn't really matter, does it? JFK. If you want to go out on JFK, you would say, okay, that should be a lot cheaper, right? Well, let's go see. See, this is what I'm saying. The open skies thing is like a myth. It doesn't really translate once everything gets into place. You have to have the competition that kicks in. So if you're in JFK territory, you're down to the fours, at least 400 round trip, 4 hours. Best you can do for 33, but after that, you're going to be into the fives or sixes. 583. Oh, Fort Lauderdale 6, Miami 587, Atlanta 814. Here you go, 377, but it's a Frontier flight, so got to pay for bags, carry on. So yeah, okay. Um, Cheapest routes 400 and something, 430s, whatever per person. That's about the cheapest one, but that's New York, which traditionally is cheaper. But if you're coming from anywhere else, good luck. Anywhere. I mean, we'll even go even another route, just so everybody can see. CLT, Charlotte. Let's go look at that one. Even though I don't know if Charlotte's really a hot spot for people to leave from, but it is what it is. So you guys can see it all for yourself. Hopefully this helps out so everybody understands. There's a method to the madness. And this is why I always said, if you get a look, even Charlotte is 685, 800 and something per person. You want to know something that's really messed up? Check this out. This is what's going to be really messed up. It's not prime time in the EU zone, is it? But let's say I want to go to well, does that not wait? What? Oh man, what is well, I'll just do it this way. This is what I'm looking for. Do I want to do CDJ? Okay, we'll go to Charles de Gaulle, I guess. Look at this. This is going to be interesting, right? It's March. It's a little chilly. 55-ish, 60 degrees. 55 to 65, something like that. Let's see. We're going over to Paris, ladies and gentlemen, from Charlotte. Let's see what that looks like. This is crazy. See, I can go 610, the same price I go to the DR, 768. This is crazy. So the same price. 667, 4 left. Oh yeah, I'm leaving it off 10. Arriving at 725 in the morning, sleeping. Yeah, 667. Look at this. Same type prices as into the DR. That's insane. This is what's going to start happening. Right? So when we go back to Punta Cana, now we see it. 6 something, 768, 6 something. The highest is 823. All right. Let's see if how off we were. Let's go look. So you guys can see it for yourself. I mean, this is what's going to start happening. People will be like, wait a minute. Look, 683, 685, same pricing, 715. So now, this is what I tried to say. This is why you have to be careful about overpaying for real estate. These prices are the same as if I can go to the EU zone, which also means the prices are the same if I want to go to Cancun, right? I have a feeling it's probably going to be the same because they have open skies agreement. Probably going to be the same price. I don't think the open skies is in effect yet because I don't see any Dominican Airlines. But look, it's even cheaper actually It's in the fives, but still sixes. But now you're competing. See, this is where the competition's in. Hot spot, the old hot spot or the new hot spot. And so when somebody looks at this and they say, "Hey man, it's round trip 595," and then they go look and see 775, if that's what it is, 607s. If it's in the same ballpark, then it's a choice. But if you start having things like this where people are like, I can go to Europe for the same price, or I can go to Cancun, or I can go to Cabo, I can go to all those top 10 places that you're talking about, then you don't win. So, what are we going to do? Paul Castillo and everybody else, you're an investor. What are you guys going to do? You're going to buy in Cruise on Land. You're going to buy in Larimar. You're going to buy in Vista Cana. You're going to buy at Los Corrales, El Cordecito. You're going to buy in Cap Cana if you want the upscale luxury. Or you're going to buy in the condo hotel, that one of these five-star hotels who's going to have 96 to 100% occupancy, think there's going to be rollover where people are going to stay at their condo hotels. Or condos, really. So, but are people really going to absorb this $700, $800, $900, $1,000 flights? Or are they just going to choose somewhere else? See, this is the Bahamas all over again if they continue this route. So what do we need in the DR? You guys know? What do we need in the DR? So hopefully that explains. I'm not on chat right now. Let me go back to chat. All right, remember now, the open sky agreement, DR passengers will definitely increase way more. No, Paul Castillo, how are passengers going to increase more if the flights cost way more? That's the question. Now, are we still going to be able to get 800,000, 700,000? See, we're going to find out a lot this year over this month when the numbers come out for January, which is going to be in February. We're going to learn a lot because these airfares are higher than they've ever been. They weren't this before. It was nice and easy. 400 round trips, 375, 250s, 299s. That wasn't 700 all over USA. Wasn't 650 per person. All right, so keep all that in mind. So if people are going to spend $1,200 for a week, then are you going to stay where? I'll just use an all-inclusive. 2,100. You're up to $3,500 round trip. That's significant. And we haven't even started yet. Right? We're going to have Ubers, we're going to have cars, we're going to have whatever, transportation. So, again, that doesn't bode well, quite frankly. Now, what's going to end up happening? I have a feeling. I know what it's going to be. Congratulations, everybody's still going to win who bought at the right prices, because you're going to buy in a place that's going to have a reason for tourists to come, who the tourists are going to go, I don't want to stay at the all-inclusives. I'm going to stay here. So hopefully the DR does the right thing. Well, therein lies the situation at this point. Who knew? I'll say it again. Who knew 5 years ago that these guys would not do any infrastructure where 61% of all tourists that come to the island land on the eastern part of in Punta Cana Airport? Who knew that they would? I mean, who knew? No, I would have never thought that these guys wouldn't care about electricity, wouldn't care about highways, byways, wouldn't care about sewer, wouldn't care about water, wouldn't care about nothing, and increase tourism by millions of passengers per year. I just didn't think that would be a thing. So it's a thing. So once again, we'll see how this all shakes out. But everybody who bought at the lower prices in the last 2-3 years, we still have one more thing remaining that just came out. Centinova, 2 bedrooms that have their AC units, that have their cooktop. Doesn't have everything, but the full white line doesn't have the fridge apparently, and doesn't have a washer and dryer, but at least it has some of appliances. 3 AC units is good. cooktop is good. The exhaust for the cooktop is good. The fridge and the washer cost the most probably out of all of them. But 2 bedrooms at 159,000 that's inside Vistacana, that's a good price. 168,000 for a 2 bedroom that includes a jacuzzi and it's on the bottom floor, that's a good price. But it's inside Vistacana and limited amenities, meaning they have a pool, a gazebo, barbecue grill, and that's about it. But the price is proper at that price point. So we will see what happens. Paul Castillo, those airfare prices of DR are definitely cheap. That's what he says. You're right. You're right. I can't read it. I got something going on. They definitely need to do something about it if they want to boost tourism by air. Yes. Paul Castillo, the only thing is the open skies hasn't apparently taken into effect. Remember, I don't know the Dominican Airlines, but they now have access to U.S. airspace, to their airports. So it's up to them. And it's high season. So you would think we would have seen in March, we would have seen some Dominican Airlines in the United States, at least in Florida or New York. You would think. But remember, they have to pay the gate fees. Remember, it's not cheap. So those gate fees in the United States, that's going to be added to their airfare. And they still going to have to pay that one way back to DR, even the Dominican airport. You're still going to have to go one way back. So just keep all that in mind. It's still going to be 60, 70 bucks to land, even if you are a DR airline. So that means how much do I have to charge the passenger for that, right? I got to charge $100, right? I would think. 100. So that means I got to do 160, 170 at least. But these guys are doing like 199, damn near 150, $200. They're charging people 400 and up. I mean, damn, did we even see anything under 300, under 400 bucks? Even on the East Coast. And you can forget about it. As soon as you go past the East Coast, everything is 6, 7, 8, 900. And again, that starts putting you, I used to tell everybody in California, I'd say they would call me up in the tourists when I did the travel business, and they'd go, yeah, I want to go to the Caribbean. I want to go stay at the Bahamas. And I'm just like, but the airfare was probably like $500, something like that, $500 a person, $600 back in the day, 30 years ago. To go to the Bahamas from California, it was probably lower, 480 or 475, whatever. So the person would start going, yeah, I'm going to the Bahamas. I want to go to the Bahamas. I want to go to Cancun. I want to go to the Bahamas. I want to go over there to the Caribbean, that coast, right? So at the time, you couldn't fly coast to coast in 6.5 hours. At the time, flights didn't, they were lower miles per hour, wind speed wise. So it would take you 7, 8 hours just to go from East Coast West Coast to East Coast. So here's the thing. I was like, why are you going to Cancun, clear across 3 time zones plus, and you're going to leave here at like 12 midnight or something, fly to airport on the east and then wait for 3, 4, 5 hours, then go to Bahamas or something crazy like that. And you're going to really spend, when you get to the Bahamas, like $250 to $300 per night. I was like, but you do understand Hawaii's right here too, right? 6, 7 hours direct. And you know there's like $299 I mean, a person. And you have the same thing. And they'd be like, yeah. I'd be like, yeah. Why are you going to go through all that? And on the flights at the time, they had $299 flights. And that's when they serve food. I was like, you're going to be, because remember, Hawaii is a few hours behind. You're going to fly almost the same time, 6, 7 hours. But when you land, you only lost like 3 or 4 hours. I mean, it was no same day, same time. you're there. You leave here in the morning, you're there in the afternoon, you're partying at 4. I mean, and it's still the nice same water. Well, not the same. Caribbean has that aqua, that turquoise water. The Caribbean has bluish water. But Hawaii, Pacific Ocean has the bluish water in Hawaii. They have every now and then some of that turquoisey stuff, but it's rare. But the thing is, I was like, and the Bahamas is charging like $200-300 a night. I'm like, dude, you're staying on the beach in Waikiki at a nice spot, the pink. I was like, that's only $175 a night too. I'm just like, what are you doing? I'm like, they're like, well, run the numbers for me. I'd be like, here's the numbers: $3,000 Bahamas, $2,000 Hawaii. And by the way, you said you were going to bring the kids. So $6,000 the Bahamas, $4,000, but it's less because kids stay free in Hawaii. No extra costs. And there's other perks they had at the time. So I was like, dude, $3,500 Hawaii, $6,000 for Bahamas. Same day versus overnight. Take your pick. If you want to do it, I'll book you the ones in the Bahamas, but I would suggest you go over here. Everybody who came back going to Hawaii would say, thank you, Eric. I can't, you saved me actually more money than you know. You saved me like $3-4 grand. I was like, I know. I know. So, but that's how I had customers always call me back because they knew I'd take care of them. If they really wanted to do something, I would always give them an alternative and say, hey, man, you have just as much fun if you go here. Because here's the flights, here's the deals. And that's ultimately what we would do, but you can't do that anymore. So anyhow, Paul Castillo and everybody else who invested in the DR, unfortunately, those airfare prices, they're not going to really come down until the DR guys decide we want a price war. But the real question is, we don't know the cost. We don't know their gate cost at any of the American airports. We don't know, the USA might jack them, and they might have to compete a different way. They might have to say, well, we'll have to take an L. Or they have to do the Frontier and all the guys' lines of, Spirit and all those guys who say we'll charge for bags, but the flight will appear to be $299, $320 round trip, but bags are $50, kind of thing. Which wouldn't be too bad, but at least people can take a pick. $350 round trip, $395 round trip seems much more reasonable to me. This $500-$700, and we're talking about from the East Coast, that's outrageous. And if you start really thinking about it, if you said to somebody, I got to spend $1,800 for me, my wife, and one child for airfare, then you're saying I got to spend $400. I'll use $400 on the low end, all inclusive for Bavaro Princess or something. For 7 nights, that's $2,800 and $1,800. You're at $4,200, $4,400. That's 70 to 78% of Americans are living paycheck to paycheck. That's going to be a problem. So, out of that equation, good news. Airbnb starts to win maybe. Because that's what usually happens. People start going, well, wait a minute. Why am I going to spend $2,800 when I can stay in this 2-bedroom condo for $1,200? I just saved myself $1,600. I think we can eat, drink, and be merry for a week for the additional, if we even get to $1,600 for 7 days. You'd have to be spending like $200, $300 per day to do that. That's kind of hard to do at this present time. So people will start flipping. That's the only good news. So hopefully I gave you a little good news. Traditionally, that's what happens. That's why Cabo is in the situation it's in, not bad. What's happened in Cabo is similar to what we're looking at right now. Airfare prices went up. Lots of condos, lots of villas and all that was built. Airbnb generation, more more hotels, more everything. But you see it's on the list as well for the top spots for March. So we'll see what happens. All right, guys, we talked about this a lot, and we talked about hidden cost of home ownership, assets, or liabilities. We discussed it. It's the liability if you don't have an asset that's paying for it. That asset could be your ass. You might have to have that job to pay for it. You don't really want to do that. That's rough on you. All right. So just keep that in mind. All right. That just keep it in mind what you're doing. I want to say congratulations to everybody that has made investments for 2024 and before and 2025. But you're going to have to streamline, get in line with, get your mind right. All right. One other thing that I'm going to say about this Airbnbs is no matter where you're getting your Airbnb from and it's being built. Here's the thing. When people, developers and people who watch what I say about their projects and about them being late and all this other garbage, here's a perfect example of why it mattered. When you have people buying things in 2017, 2018, 2019, and they still haven't gotten delivered when you told them 3 years later it'd be delivered, and here it is 7. What you don't get is those 4 years they missed out on the airfares that were half of these prices. And they would have been able to make a little bit of money to offset what they purchased it for. They would have been loving life. And now, when you have delivery after they've raised airline prices seemingly like $200 to $300 round trip, that's what it seems like to me. You start having putting people in situations that they didn't have to be in. That's what I'm looking at. Some people would say, Eric, they'd still be in the same situation. But I'm going to say, well, yeah, but they would have been still collecting money. They would have been able to do their short-term or long-term rentals. They would have had choices because they're breaking records the whole time. And so everything would have been built up faster, which also would have enhanced more tourists wanting to come because you would have kept the frenzy going, in other words. Because now, once hotels are full, which is what's going to happen, right? People are looking for Airbnbs, but the Airbnbs are not really the choice. People are just going, I want to stay at the all-inclusives or nothing at all. I'm not coming. But people are still coming. They're still going to break records. DR has done one great thing, and that is their tourism. They go around the world. But sooner or later, you can't rely on just your tourism. You're going to have to actually have that 24/7 electrical circuit. Your grid, your electrical grid has to run 24/7. So you could have brought in the data centers where they would have gladly paid people $10 to $15 per hour, $20 per hour. And some other things go along with that, such as computering and quantum computing. And now you can start doing studio stuff, and you can start bringing in other industries that are high dollar industries. But no, they don't want to mess with the grid. They don't want to clean that up. They want to have SEPN run almost damn near everything. They don't want, it's just a cluster. And now where are you going to get the money from? They're going to borrow it. So again, starting back at the beginning, 61 is going to be 62. All right. This time next year, I predict $62 to $63 per DOP to USD. I don't see how it's not going to happen. Because in order for them to make sure they don't have a collapse in their grand visions for tourism, they're going to have to spend billions of dollars in infrastructure. They're wasting time, wasting money, and it's going to cost more money as their DOP to USD keeps increasing, devaluing their currency. That also means from a tourist aspect, prices are going to increase So you're defeating all of this momentum. You start messing with it by not doing the right thing. When 60% of your tourists are landing at Punta Cana Airport, and almost 60% are USA and Canadians, which have a standard of living. Therefore, number one thing should have been your standard of living should have been moved up to at least past Alabama. Come on. So you should have done that, worked on that for the last 5 years, so more places would seem like just normal in USA for Canadians and USA citizens. You cannot continue to just neglect the infrastructure. That's all I'm trying to say. It's just disgusting to watch. All right, almost 4 hours. Let's go. Thank you so much for being here, everybody. I love you guys very much, and please like, subscribe, and click the bell below so you get the latest updates. And I know it's hard out here, and that's why you got to see us May 13th, 14th, and 15th, because I'm actually going to do something I've never done before. I'm actually going to do a meeting myself. I'm going to talk with everybody there before we do everything this time. Normally we just meet. I say, how are you guys doing? Nice to have you here. Let's go get in the van. Let's get some Ubers. Let's go around, whatever. And we just go. This time I'm going to make it a little more, we're going to have a little conversation, and then we'll go out and go do some things, but we'll get it a little more tight, formal-like, and not really formal. It'll still be loose, I mean, you know. But the point I'm trying to make is, don't miss out. Go to ssnlifestyle.com. Come join us for the Punta Cana Investors Forum, where you can learn a lot. All right? Lawyers will tell you a lot. Accountants will tell you a lot. You want to start a business, you can learn everything that you want for your investment opportunities. And I suggest you get in. Pretty much this may be your last year. Because after this, prices could be, if they're this now, I don't know what they're going to be in the future. So you're going to have to find something if you want to invest. And then there's other opportunities around the world. But again, there's other reasons you're going to invest elsewhere. No problem with that. But come join us at Punta Cana Investors Forum. Tickets are on sale now, $199. So please sign up now. The top 5. The first 5 people pay $199.99. And then it goes up to $249 for the next 2 people after that. Then if you get more, it's unlimited at the $300 per person level. All right. So once again, see you on Wednesday night, 8:50 p.m. I hope. And I thank you, and share the videos, because apparently there's still some gremlins in the system, and I can't even get comments in the EV Mux for some strange reason, but it's all right. We still made it happen. Thank you, Victor Morero. Thank you, everybody at Instagram. I want to thank you for being there. Ronnie Money, Rodney Perez, Chris, I see you guys. Make sure you hit the follow button no matter where you are. Subscribe, like, all of it. Make sure you hit the all notification bell if you're on YouTube. If you're on Instagram, hit the follow. On Twitch, hit the likes and follows. If you're on podcast, download. Hit my favorite, please, because we're out here trying to help people. Rising tide lifts all boats. Just remember that. And with all that said, make sure you stay safe out here, because you never know what people are going through. You never know what mindset they have. What they have going on might matter, and you may be in the way. So just make sure you keep a level head, because other people are going through something. 78% of the population is living paycheck to paycheck, and it's going to rise. And with all that said, keep coming along for the ride. We're not going to leave you behind. And if you ever need me, support at StopStrugglingNow.com. And with all that said, keep your head up. Keep moving. And I'm out.